Hello, hello. I hope everyone is doing well. Happy. I hope you're I hope you're having a great Wednesday evening. Awesome. I was rocking out before the stream. How's it going, Kilroy? Awesome. Hey, hello, butterfly. Hello. I have to find myself real quick. My so-called life. And speaking of that, welcome to my so-called life. I hope everybody's having a great evening. I have quite a few things that I will be doing this evening. Hello. Awesome. You know what's funny? I always look up days to see what day it is, because now we celebrate every single day with these weird holidays. Today is a holiday that is near and dear to most people's hearts here in Los Angeles. Today is Botox Day. So happy Botox Day to all my friends in Los Angeles and to everybody else around the world. I laughed. I hollered when I saw that today was Botox Day. Awesome. So I have big plans today. I have my materials out. I'm going to make a fake Fendi jacket. Come hook or crook this evening. I have my materials out. I'm going to grab my pattern. I've been talking about for a while, so I might as well do it. Might as well. Since the first day that I stepped foot in Los Angeles, and back in downtown, the funny thing is, it's only been about 2.5, 3 months, and I've gone crazy in downtown LA. So, since the day I stepped foot in downtown Los Angeles, I was looking for fake Fendi, fake anything, and there's fake Balenciaga, all that stuff, but I found what I was looking for. Awesome. A good rock out puts the brain in there. Absolutely. I hope everyone's doing well. And really quickly, before anyone gets here, this program is for entertainment purposes only, and this content is not intended to malign any religion, race, company, individual, or wigs. All opinions expressed by my so-called life and program participants are solely their personal views and do not reflect the views of every human being on planet Earth. I hope everybody has a great evening flying Godless Owing Airlines. Awesome. I also I've been decluttering, fixing a few things. I decided to once again clean out my middle closet, and I keep on forgetting everything that's in there. How's it going, Commander? How's it going? Hello. And I keep on forgetting everything that's in there. I keep on rediscovering things that I've had. And I'm actually pretty proud of myself because I'm on day 3 of my no buy. And I've lasted 3 days without going to the Goodwill or anything. So, a participation trophy for myself. All right. I'm going to grab my table. I'm going to start cutting my shapes and everything. I hope everybody's having a great evening. Do you know why I'm stammering and stuttering? Because the other day I was driving through my neighborhood and I'm kind of in disbelief. My neighbors are setting up for Christmas already. And furthermore, and who I'm not dogging people if they do. My house is oddly shaped, I get it, but I put up my Christmas lights. It's weird to me when people pay other people to put up their Christmas lights. And I live in a neighborhood of all one-story houses. I've been doing a little remodeling in here as well. Perfect. I've given myself a little bit more room in here. I moved one of the mannequins back in the closet, the really expensive one with the glass bottom. Yay. I've been going through condensing, getting rid of a lot of stuff, donating everything, and finding everything that I've made in the past 2 years. So it's awesome reclaiming everything that I've purchased in the past 2 years. And I think I am gonna build a rack for my fabric. That's another godlessism. Yay! You know, the funny thing is, I am genuinely happy to see people. So my yay is real. It's not like a yay. It's a, oh, okay, okay. I'm glad you're here. Oh man, it's a still kind of a tight fit, but awesome. Perfect. Gee, I have no idea what pattern I'm gonna use. I'm just gonna do this. I'm gonna grab a pattern that I'm gonna make for my fake Fendi coat. What did I grab? Oh, it just happens to be Mimi G R11407. So I hope I cut enough fabric, but if not, I still have a ton. The funny thing is, when I went downtown last time, I told my friend Mr. Mordello I only need 4 or 5 yards because he ballparks the price, he ballparks the yardage. So when I say 4, he'll give me like 8 or 9. It's a strange thing. So I said 4 or 5, and he gave me enough to go on a roll. So I think I have enough. But and I'm not even complaining, but when it's put on a roll, I have to, measure it out and cut it out. But in no way, shape, or form am I complaining at all. I get a massive amount of fabric for pennies on the dollar. And this is fake Fendi. It kind of makes me laugh just looking at it, but I see the evil bird head stole your new jacket. Well, he's looking quite dapper this evening with the I put that hat on him to give him. I'm like moving the wrong camera. I put a hat on him to make him look more dapper, but now he just looks like a villain in a Sherlock Holmes film. I have a row of patterns, and it's either the first or the second pattern, depending on how I'm reaching. And because I've become organized, I was able to put away a lot of patterns that I don't use because I know it might be shocking. I actually use quite a few patterns. It just happened to use the same one over and over live on YouTube. Oh, right. And you know what? I'm not even gonna gripe about it. Eventually, one day, I'm gonna get a new office chair. I have to find one that can take the everyday wear and tear of being in here. Because between the sinister bird and myself, we destroy office chairs. Hey Skids, how's it going? How's it going? Great to see you. I like Sinister Bird. I like that. Poor eagle. Everybody anthropomorphized my eagle for no reason. All right. Like I said, this it's so ironic that I found fake Fendi because it was something that I was actually looking for. So this is something that I've been wanting to do, so I'm stoked. I might make it like the standard size trench coat because I've been making huge coats lately. I mean, like huge oversized coat. Ah, right. That eagle is pure evil. It's a hollow head. I know we like a certain generation. We grew up watching television, and people were talking heads in a box, such as I'm doing right now in a box. But that is not real. That eagle is not real. Oh man, I'm starting off early. I am starting off early this evening. Let me line up my pattern to make sure that I do not cut the wrong sides. Okay. Oh, that is so funny. So I have a question for the chat. What do people think about knockoffs? Are you for or against knockoff clothing? Or is it something that you just do not think about? I know it's a weird question. I grew up eating house brand. I am not a picky person. I grew up eating like Maltabil. The first time I ate real Wheaties, I was like, oh, this is what Wheaties taste like because I grew up eating the imitation. So I'm not against bootleg things. All right. Nope. I got to pull that pin back. That's just a bit off. All right. I had to look up Fendi fabric. It was very cool. It's all made by 14-year-old Bangladeshi girls anyways. You say that now, but when you wake up with staring over the bed with a knife in his beak. If I wake up and that thing's standing over me with a knife in its beak, that means that I mistook the furniture polish for my coffee. It's not real. It's not real, Skid. It's not real. We're almost around that same age. Don't you remember the 1980s movie Mannequin? I believe it's Mannequin, where the mannequin would come alive once a year or something like that. It's not real. Oh, oh, that's hilarious. I can. You know what's really funny? Hands waits for me to come out here because we were hanging out in the house all day because it's raining in Southern California. I don't know what that water from the sky is, but the second he gets on his Oculus, he is just transformed to a different person. Oh, good times. Good times. Downtown LA was famous for bootleg everything. And they actually weirdly have cleaned up their image because I really had to dig to find this. In Santee Alley, I don't like saying that because I'm sure there might be real things in there. But in Santee Alley, everything's kind of bootleg and from somewhere else. Hey, Brandon, from what I know, the whole thing about knockoffs is about how much it costs. Knockoffs are cheaper, but it still looks like the real thing. But I could be wrong. That's exactly why the companies go out of their way to stop them. For a long time, there was a big business with bootleg movies, and huh. So when I tell, well, man, hold on, let me pin this. When I tell you this story, this is from 20 years ago when I lived in downtown LA. Yeah, almost like 21, 22 years ago. Long story short, they would sell bootleg DVDs everywhere. Any movie that came out, you could watch it within a day that it came out. The long story short, they say that Disney spent a bunch of movie to stomp out the bootlegs, but really the cops just arrested anyone that was selling a bootleg movie. So the industry kind of disappeared. But it is illegal to peddle fake stuff because they bust people at the port all the time with fake Levi's, all the time. Oh, but they somehow make it to downtown. It's actually a really strange thing. For me, it's more of a novelty because I would never pay full price for anything that's Fendi, Gucci, or anything like that. But I come from a different place. Like, I'm not judging anybody who, if that's your goal, like, I am not here to judge you. If I'm just not a designer person in that sense. But if any of them gave me a job, I will retract everything I just said. Oh, right. Oh, this material came off really clean, though. That's awesome. Oh, that's perfect. Okay, good. I was wondering about that to see how this material cut. It actually came off really clean. One day I'm gonna get hands to jump scare you with that eagle. I seriously, I would either need to be put in the hospital or you're gonna watch me run out of this room. If that thing I'm telling you, I have a saying: if life's a scary movie, I'm not dying in the first scene. So if that thing did move, I'd run. Oh, the factor is getting busted. Get one shipment busted and get the other 9 through. Absolutely, absolutely. Butterfly, I've seen your comment already. Standing in a Gucci suit at a Gucci headquarters. I'll take it all back. Oh, I reserve the right as a human being. I reserve the right to completely go 360 and change everything. Is that fabric red? No, it's a weird baby bluish, almost like a light royal blue. And well, I wouldn't say royal blue. It's like a light blue and black. And if it's red, then I am officially colorblind and I need to switch professions right now. I think with reds, my color spectrum is off because to me it all looks red. Oh. Ah. Kind of red, huh? Oh, perfect. Oh, I'm getting better at that. That was a nice, that was perfect. Okay. So instead of celebrating that, I'm going to move on to the next piece. You know, it's so funny. Today, I was using my serger to finish this old floppy hat, and the serger skipped a stitch, and I was like, oh, here we go again. And I rethreaded the serger, and it started working again. So practice, practice. Yay! Hello, Sydney. How are you? How are you? Hello, hello. I hope everything's going well for you. Beautiful. Okay. Awesome. Hello, hello, hello. Yay, how's it going? Do you know what's funny, kids? I made that hat. Oh, it's even better close up. I like it. I'm I I made that hat a long time ago. But now that I have a serger, it makes me laugh because I was like, how am I ever gonna finish the seams? I came with my serger, I was like, "Burp, burp, done." So problem solved. Bucket hats are awesome. I made that and I weirdly wear it all the time. I wear it when I'm gardening. It's perfect because I have a giant head. It droops right down where I can see. It's perfect. I'm one of those strange people who I make things for actual use. I have a feeling I'm gonna have to cut more fabric, but maybe I won't. We'll see. I have used this so many times. All the pieces that I use are just like ready to go. Oh, okay. I think I have more than enough room for the other one. Perfect. Awesome. Guess what? You know what's funny? It's already blasting in my head because I was rocking out before the stream. I was doing the dance. I think I have officially watched Boney M perform around the world. Oh, great. Now it is just blasting in my head. All right. Beautiful. Do you know what's really funny? I have a strange question. Back in the day, how many days did you guys get off? And this is for my American friends, but anybody else around the world, please feel free to answer. For Thanksgiving break, well, I know it's American holiday, how many days would you get off? Our school system now has furlough days. They have all these weird days because they flat out either can't afford to or don't want to pay the teachers. It's all politics. They need to move that. But they gave our kids a week off this year. And it just seems excessive as a parent. That just seems excessive. Maybe I'm just overthinking it, but they gave the kids a week off this year, at least in our school district. And it used to be like you got, the Thanksgiving off and then the day after, and then you went to school that next Monday because Christmas was coming. On your new touch and so. Oh, you're starting early. Ah. So I hope everyone's doing well. To anyone who has recently subscribed, I am the artist formerly known as Godless Sewing. This is the House of Sewing, and this channel is my so-called life. Here, I basically ramble, try to finish projects, and just have a great time. Yay! Hello, Pam. Hello, hello. Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, Wednesday, just in case people need to travel to see family, and Friday because that's first day of buck season. I grew up in the country. I only get the day off. Hey Pam, I think it's the strangest thing. They gave the kiddos a week off. And they've never done this before in my area. They've never done this before. But with a week off, there's all kinds of stuff. I'm actually kind of exciting. I'm exciting. I'm actually kind of excited because there's all kinds of cool stuff that we could be doing. So I'm actually kind of stoked. Yay! Hello, hello, Pam. And I keep on thinking it's because of the school system. They keep on adding days off, furlough days, all of these things, and they keep on getting the kids more and more days off. Yay! Hello. I leave Tuesday. Where are you going? Are you heading this way? Yay! Hello, hello. Well, regardless of where you're going, I hope you have safe travel, Sydney. God of Sewing, House of Sewing, my so-called life. It's the Spaniard in me. I have to have a title. I have to. A week is a bit much. Maybe I'm a bit much. Maybe I'm overthinking it, you know? But I don't know. In my area, we've never had a week off for Thanksgiving. But it's cool. There's all kinds of stuff. My kids have a whole week off. Okay. So maybe it's something in my area. They've never done this before. So I'm just kind of like a whole week off. No, Maryland. Oh, Maryland. Maryland is beautiful. Then December, 3 weeks of school, then 2 weeks off. Our kids get a full month off for the what they call the holiday break. They get a full 4 weeks. Oh, neat. Why Maryland? Yay! Awesome, awesome. It was just strange to me because they're gonna get this week off, and then they barely go to school in December. The semester's over, and then we have a whole month off. But it is what it is. Awesome. So it was strangely. I really need to check the weather report because I woke up and I was like, rain. What is this strange substance coming from the sky? It made me laugh because I really do not check the weather. Because 2 days ago, when I was driving in the car, I had the air conditioner on. Oh. So it's making me laugh because it has been pouring rain all day here. Oh, right. Perfect. Time to get that kid sewing and making you some money to pay for Christmas. Oh, that's another thing. She doesn't watch this, so I know she'll never hear me say this, but I should have listened to my mom. She told me like a month ago, she's like, you should, all those trips you take downtown, you should buy, stuff for everybody else. Oh. And speaking of which, the freeway was superheated by a fire, and the and the traffic is utter nightmare right now. And they're basically advising that if you're not living in the direct vicinity of downtown, to please not go down there because of the insanity that's going on right now. Because one of the major freeways of Los Angeles was closed, so traffic is unreal. So this weekend, I will not be going downtown, even no matter how much I really want to. I consider it a courtesy to all the people who live like directly in that area, because it has to be a pain to live in a place where people come from all around the world, including the surrounding areas, every single weekend. All right, perfect. And I was feeling a bit froggy this afternoon, so I'm going to be lining my coat with a plaid material. It's a mess, Pam. It is a mess. And they keep on telling us, like, because I live in the burbs, and I feel like they're talking to me. They're like, if you don't live down here, don't come down here. They're basically saying all you suburban yuppies that come down here and utilize our services do not need to come down here this weekend. That's just good advice in general. Avoid downtown. Hey, how's it going, trees? What's up? Where can I make all my fake Fendi stuff though? Oh, is gonna be enough? Well, my measurements actually worked. It's really gnarly if you think about it, though. The pallet fire superheated the freeway to the point where it compromised the structure of the concrete and it started buckling. The freeway has been there as long as I could remember. I live in a part of town where the freeway fell from the 94 earthquake. So everything near my house is relatively, well, it is new, speaking in freeway sense, especially with the American infrastructure. Hey, how's it going? How's it going? I bought a vintage firefighter coat today and I might make it into a battle jacket. That's awesome. That's awesome. You have to make a video about it because I have so many questions. How many layers is an old school fire vest? I'm gonna have to Google that. There's a couple of places in Hollywood I know that sell like the movie stuff, but it's never as hardcore as like a real one. That's awesome. That's awesome. Ooh, I could go into Hollywood this weekend. I have to see if there's anything sewing related in Hollywood. Hollywood's a disaster without the freeway being out. Oh, you know what? I'm gonna avoid that whole area because I could imagine it's just gonna be a nightmare because the major vein of Los Angeles is completely shut down. Oh, whoops. My daughter kept trying to talk me into thrifting today. I said I was too busy and didn't take her. It has 2 liners plus the canvas shell. That's awesome. That's awesome. I've always wondered about stuff like that. I have an old LAPD shirt that they used to wear right before they started wearing their vests. and it's surprisingly thin. It's made of wool, but it's not like what you think it was. That's awesome. Do you know what's so funny? Every time I take young Mr. Sewing thrifting, he always scores the coolest stuff. And I'm sitting there like, are you kidding me? Then when I go by myself, I don't find anything. Says the guy. Do you know I bought a Jim Brown jersey last weekend on an impulse? And I've been walking around the house, and my son, who is Dr. Spock, walked up to me and he's like, "You're not even a Browns fan." I know. I know. Oh, that's awesome. That's awesome. It's funny. I've made these coats so many times that I know exactly how many yards I need because I had it on a huge roll. I had my son help me and we rolled it out. I cut it at 4 yards, and that's exactly how much I needed to make this coat. It's not a full 4, but I love scraps apparently. You know, and another reason why I'm staying home is because when it rains, people in LA all of a sudden their brains fall out of their ears and they do not know how to drive. So instead of me turning into Kevin Arnold's dad complaining about every single car that passes, I just choose to stay home. I just choose to stay home. And I'm on day 3 of my no buy, and I'm actually doing really well. Of not, I haven't gone to Goodwill or anything, so I have to keep on reminding myself I'm on a no buy. This material, it does cut beautifully though. Regardless of it being complete bootleg or not, it's just really well constructed material. And I doubt this is real Fendi. This has to be bootleg. All right. So now comes the not so complicated part of cutting the front piece down the middle. The one thing I will say about sewing is that if you mess this part up, you will be starting all over again. Hey, Joy. Hello, hello. Great to see you. Yay. Hello. Yay. I did go to Walmart today. My daughter needed some nursing pads, and I went to the fabric section, scored some yard free cuts on clearance. Oh, I love the oops. I love the oops section. Oopsies are the best. Yeah, how could you pass that up? I agree, Pam. I agree. Awesome. Hello. Hello, Joy. Great to see you. Awesome. Awesome. I figured I've been woofing about making a fake Fendi coat for so long. I figured I'd actually make one. So that's what I'm doing this evening. You know what's funny? I've made a ton of these, and I've always had a success cutting them down the middle. And I failed on one vest, and now I have it in my mind of like you got to pay attention. But the truth is, I messed up on one vest, and I learned the lesson. You know. But I will always say that when you are cutting something like this, pay attention to what you're doing. Oh. Oh, that's gonna look gnarly. That's gonna be awesome. That's gonna be really rad coat. I really wonder who my son is like screaming to on his Oculus. Awesome. Let me check my notes. Oh, for anyone who's joined since the beginning, today is Botox Day. To all my Californians, happy Botox Day. Today is also World COPD Day. For all the smokers, I see you. I see you. And it's Steve Irwin Day as well. I thought that was awesome. Do you add fabric, then turn it back? Oh, what do you mean, butterfly? Like right now, what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna cut it down the middle, which I can already see is gonna be it's kind of a miscut, but I'm gonna do it regardless. I'm gonna cut this down the middle and then I'm gonna line it with this weird plaid fabric that I purchased in downtown many of trips ago. I forgot about it, but I've been cleaning everything and rediscovered it. It looked as if someone marked them, but then in a box on the top. Oh, it was on the box on the top shelf. Maybe they were saving it for themselves. I probably ruined their day. I go digging in the shelves. That's how I found that one oopsie. It was so bright, but it was all the way in the back, and like I grabbed it. Maybe he'll scream so loud he messes up his tonsils. Then he'll have to shut up for a while. It, I'm gonna get a new neighbor and I'm gonna be like, "Hi, nice to meet you. I'm the loud neighbor. My kid's not in distress. He just screams." It's gonna be so awkward. So I'm gonna have to break in new neighbors. I have a coughing fit as well when I was getting in the car and come home. Smokers Unite actually COPD day. Oh. Do you add fabric? Oh, to be able to lap it over. Yes, I do. But I have a weird process. Like I'm gonna cut everything right now and then I'm gonna line everything. If that answers your question. This is actually gonna look really cool. Regardless of it being bootleg or not. I have to like keep an eye on where I'm grabbing this thing from. This is exactly 6 feet tall. In this room, you cannot lie about your height because you could just grab this thing and somebody could be like, Alexa, how many feet is 68 inches?
68 inches is about 5 feet 8 inches.
Like I said, you can't lie about your height, dear. All right. Do you know what's so funny? I did measure myself with my boots on earlier. So, like I said, cutting this thing completely down the middle is extremely important because I have messed it up a million times. So that's why I grab this thing. You can't lie. You just have to wear lips. Oh, if you saw my Wolverines, that's the one thing I love about wearing my Wolverines is they give me the illusion of height, and my cowboy boots. They're my Shatners. All right. Perfect. Oh, this is gonna look great, even though it's completely bootleg. I love it. Absolutely love it. I have quite a few of those old Swanson 6 foot um, measuring sticks, and I grabbed the cleanest one I could from my truck, and it lives in this house now. Perfect. I have all my pieces ready. Remember to hit the like. Thank you. I'm at 524. Thank you. Seriously, to everyone who is subscribing, I absolutely thank you. I'm a shrub who loves to sow. Like I always say, I would be doing this by myself. If I wasn't live right now, I would be doing this. Except for I would just be watching something extremely either educational or something that's chisme. Oh, and if you're watching, to the person who asked me to make a video about mini sewing machines in Spanish, I'm on it right now. I'm working on a I was in the middle of working a video, but then I started working on my mini sewing machine video in Spanish. And quite a few people have asked me to do that. I'll get on it. And I will finish it as soon as possible. And as it stands, let's take a look. As it stands, I'm not a big city lawyer. I'm just a small YouTuber here. But let's take a look. What's it called? Oh, I'm at 525. Thank you. Thank you. As it stands right now, the video, oh, sorry. My mini sewing machine videos are just out of control. It still shocks me. One has like 10,000 views. The Janko ones have like 10,000 views. But let's see. Um, I can't believe so many people wanted to watch that video. Oh, where is it? There it is. 10,000 views on how to thread a tiny tailor. And the funny thing is people are still leaving comments on there. I'm still responding to every single comment. And like I said to my friend in Spanish, I am working on that right now. Oh, and lately I've been seeing a lot of comments that like if I don't respond to you, it's because YouTube Studios has been acting wonky. I respond to everything that I can. Especially when I'm at work, when I'm supposed to be doing work. That is the prime time of me responding to YouTube. Oh. But seriously, I thank everyone who's recently subscribed, and to everyone who's always been here, you are absolutely awesome. I've been looking to repurchase this pattern, but I can't find it on Amazon because they use the same picture for something else. Or maybe it's just the coat. I don't know. But every time I look, it's completely something different. So I might have to go to Walmart and pay full price for this again. Awesome. Let me make sure. Perfect. I had a bunch of hardcore plans for this plaid, but it really has fizzled out to nothing. So I figured I'm going to do something with it. Because having intentions is one thing, but actually doing something about it is a whole other. Oh, this is going to look awesome. Do you think so I'm really thinking about sending myself on vacation. Do you think I would get a reaction if I wore a fake Fendi coat in Vegas? How many have you made from that pattern? 15 bucks. Do you know what's so funny? I've paid more than that. I need to look that up, Kilroy. I need to look that up. Every time I look it up, it looks like a different pattern to me. I've made quite a few butterflies. I don't even want to answer that because I don't know, somewhere in the hey Alibaba. I to answer your question, butterfly, I've probably made like using this pattern, I've probably used it 60 times, if not more. Because I haven't just made coats. I've made all kinds of things with this pattern. So I'd say it's somewhere I've made like almost 60 pieces with this pattern, if not more. Because I've been using the same, if you think about it, I've basically been reinventing the wheel with this pattern for 2 years. Now I have to cut that a little bit bigger. Okay, perfect. Yay! Nice wall of vintage sewing machines in the back. Well, I moved the mannequin so you get a little bit more of a view. Um, I'm gonna clean this up a lot more now that I notice how much you can actually see it. But um, behind the three mini sewing machines right here, let's be real. Like I was just talking about, I have, for some reason, people love mini sewing machines, so I go out of my way to collect them. I have the 1980s, 1990s, and the 2000s version of the mini singers, but behind them, the black singers from Scotland, that's from 1949 ish, 1950. My white is from 1920ish. This singer right here is from 1910. No, that's from 1919. The one behind it in the way back is from 1910. My Star sewing machine, I love that thing. That's from I used to know the years of all of this. That was from Occupy Japan, so that's late 40s. All the good stuff. My touch and sew is priceless to me. Yay! Hello, everybody. You can cut out scrap fabrics and you would have a cloth one and maybe use iron interfacing to add firmness to it. I like the flimsy overcoat feel because I mainly wear these as overcoats because I always have a vest on or something. So I make them a little bit bigger so it fits over something like this. Some minis are good. Some are you know what's so funny? Because mini sewing machines are what built my channel. I try not to trash them too hard, but I've given the speech a million times that it's better to buy like an old Kenmore from a thrift store or, you know, get an old, well, fashion mates aren't necessarily the greatest, but get an old Singer or, something that's easier to use, like a real sewing machine. But again, that's just my bias. But people love mini sewing machines for some reason. But it's not just mini sewing machines. People love mini everything. It's a strange world. But like I said, many people have watched my mini sewing machine videos. That's why once a year I will randomly make oh, this is how you rethread a machine. But as someone who's a refurbisher, um I'm an equal opportunity fixer. But I will say the Singer Merit Mini is a real sewing machine. Everything else is kind of a toy. Oh, am I getting into my speech? I would much rather have a real sewing machine than a mini sewing machine, but I'm biased because I refurbish sewing machines. Mini sewing machines are kind of, they're like almost a toy. Says the man who owns like, I own an outrageous amount of mini sewing machines in all shapes and colors from all around the world. I always considered it because I'm a collector. I collect mini sewing machines and featherweights make money. That's a whole other world compared to like, the modern plastic mini sewing machines, which are so popular. To make a permanent pattern of that coat, cut out of the pattern from scraps and iron on interfacing. Oh, I like that idea. I do need a permanent pattern. I had blocks cut out and everything, but I can't find them. And also, I've had two missing patches. I had this ingenious idea of a smoking coat, of an old lab coat. I was putting like all these patches were not going to end up on a vest. So I was filling this up and I was calling it Dr. Patch. And I had a really awesome idea for a back patch. I ordered a bunch and I finally settled on one and I lost them somewhere. And they're not small, they're huge back patches. So I need to put a missing poster out for my back patches. I do not know what happens, but I'm going to keep adding patches on this. These are all the patches that were never going to end up on anything. And it made me laugh. Of all places in the world, Lowe's sends me patches when I pay my commercial bill. Every year they send me just the weirdest stuff. Oh, all right. Alexa, what's the temperature right now?
Good evening, William. Right now, it's 53 degrees Fahrenheit.
I can tell the temperature's dropping. I can tell. Admit it, you just hate mini sewing machines because you can't put 5,000. It's true. Yes. Yes, it is true. This is why you should never lie about your name because modern technology will tell on you. Sometimes when I ask it for the weather, it tells me what town I'm in, and I'm like, look, I just need you to ballpark it. Oh, I laugh because I ask myself all the time, William, what did you do before that thing sat on your desk and you can lazily ask it questions? Ugh. Alexa and I have been friends since the pandemic when I purchased that thing and was like, you know what? I'm okay with having a phone tap in my house. Ooh, the A word didn't like that. Oh, right. I'm being a little intricate with the pins on this one because I'm going to run this through the serger and I'm going to sew it. So I'm heavily pinning this because I have big plans for the fake Fendi coat. And I put it in a certain direction on purpose. Oh, this just makes me laugh. Oh, it just oh. And if anyone ever asks me, I'll tell them that this is downtown. This is USDA certified downtown Los Angeles bootleg. All right. The Mini Raymond New England style machines have that mileage or more on them. I have my eye out for that, but like, you just don't find things like that in LA. And if you do, you're going to pay a really high price for it. We have basically like, we have things I've noticed from the 1870s on, you're going to find things in LA, but like, excuse me, anything else besides that, it's a hunt. What slanted or horizontal Fendi? Do you know what's funny? You know what's so funny? I was having that conversation in my head right now. I'm like, did I even put the F's in the right direction? I don't care. It's gonna make it even more fake Fendi. Stand by all albums. He's running it through. That's quite a few. There's quite a few Raymonds here. Do you know what's really funny? I look and I look and I really have not found anything past 1870 around here. As far as something that's not a singer. And I'm talking about sewing machines. And like Kilroy was probably saying right now, singer owns Los Angeles. Oh, right. Like I said, I'm adding an insane amount of pins. This is the part that takes the most, that takes the longest. I was going to make another kilt with this material, but I found way better material to make a kilt with. And I'm on my whole no buy thing right now, and I was like, it's impossible for me to not have lining in this house. Oh man. All right. Yeah, I'm really gonna have to pin this. Do you know what's really funny? Like, I'm sitting here like, I'm enthralled that I found fake Fendi. But if somebody bootlegged my stuff, I would not be happy about it. But I guess that's the hypocrisy of the fashion game. I don't know. Hello, polished and assembled. Why, hello. There's quite a few Raymonds here. Look at the mirror. You'll find something older than 1870. I am Dorian Gray. There's actually a picture behind that flag of me from 300 years ago. There's quite a few 1870 singer machines I have down there. Well, as far as regular numbers on sale, crazy. I'm scared to make a kilt. The last one, if anyone subscribed to my blooper channel, I was laughing for a good 45 minutes, and I'm so glad I taped myself. I attempted to make a video and I giggled the whole time. All those folds. Good evening. Hello, Audernay. Yay. Hello. I figured after the last debacle I did with my kilt and the pleats and the unreal amount of pleats that it requires. All right. Yay. Hello. You should join. Come and join the insanity. Awesome. What else do I have? I cried about. Oh, do you know what's really funny? I'm gonna make another Kaftan. I feel like I need to make the Kaftan of redemption, because in my old videos I made I made a Kaftan, and I always thank all the people who were like, "Oh, that's beautiful." Thank you to everybody who was entertaining me at the time. But I think it's time to make another Kaftan. I've been going through my 1960s/70s book, and it shows me this really funky way of making a Kaftan, and I'm thinking about giving it a try. This book by Sharon Rosenberg and Joan Wiener. Let's see. Okay, so they show this really funky way of cutting it out of the cutting it out of the let me know if you can see that. I'll go to my other angle, but they show where you fold the fabric and you cut it in a certain way. And of course I'm holding up the thing, and let's try that again. We're live, of course, but they show this really funky way of cutting it. And so I'm thinking about doing making a Kaftan the 1960s way. And I promise that I'll show it to you better in a minute. But I've had, like I said, that book has been in my life my whole life, and so I think I should definitely. All I watched on a YouTube channel was about featherweights. He was saying that General Electric made the first smaller machine. If I find anything that says GE on it, I jump on it. Anything. Or West Coast, anything that says Edison on it, or just the words Edison. That's like old school. Who are you watching? There's some other before that, but not electric. I forgot. Do you know? I've watched videos. I'm like, this is the greatest video I've ever seen. The next day, I'm like scrolling through my scrolling through to see what the name of that channel was. Yay! Hello, hello, hello. Awesome, awesome. Joey, it was a recent video, but there was a Canadian here in Alberta that had a General Electric feather light. Wow. Like I said, anything that has GE on it, I jump on that. Those GE ones go for a small, like exactly. Anything. That's why I walk through the thrift store with my eye of like, And I've been known to pay outrageous prices for things because let's say they want $100 for something that I know that's worth like 3,000, 4,000. I'll pay the $100. I will. I'm that guy. No questions asked. Good to know. Good to know. I'm the same way, Joy. I am the exact same way. Don't forget Westinghouse for the early motors and the connectors. Westinghouse goes for money. And I asked that in a naive way. Please tell me they do. Please tell me the Westinghouse motors go for money. Because I may know a guy that owns like 10 or 15 of them. Matter of fact, I might have one on display over there. And I have some of the original Singer motors because I'm a geek and I buy random parts. Oh, that would be awesome if they're worth money. Wow. I have a ton of Westinghouse stuff in this room. I need to go through all of my sewing machines. I've been guilting myself to do that lately because I forgot that I have a Singer Scholastic. I have the '90s version of the sewing machine that was in my high school. Every high school, at least on the West Coast, they had the same sewing machine, and I saw it in a thrift store. I was like, "Yoink!" I grabbed that thing. It was in Ventura. I need to go back to Ventura. The connectors for restoration are going to be a big thing. Wow, I didn't know that. Flip motor. I have to see what I have. I have quite a few Westinghouse pieces in general. That's awesome. You know what's really funny? Like I have every conception of a camera you could possibly think of, and I thought the Kodak Type A was going to be worth a ton of money, and it's still to me a museum piece. I own it. I love the thing. I looked it up. They're worthless. as far as resell, they don't resell well. So vintage doesn't always. I have a compound bow. I thought my compound bow was the most rare thing on earth. Came to find out you could buy it at Target in the '70s. I just didn't know that because it was a little bit before my time. No worries, butterfly. I'll be here for a while. What's new for tomorrow is that Ventura. I'm telling you, I purchased so many sewing machines in Ventura. It makes me want to go back, but part of me thinks that I purchased all of them. At least that's the story I tell myself. I'm just mad because I got pulled over and it cost me $5,000. The Westinghouse flip was also forward and backwards, rotating with the switch. You're making me want to look at all my motors. But yeah, I have the Scholastic. I have all kinds of awesome sewing machines in here that I have flat out forgot about their existence. Okay, that material was cutting perfect. This is kind of cooperating. There we go. Beautiful. Just had to get a groove going. I know I ask this all the time, but I had home ec growing up. I know a lot of people don't nowadays, and it shows. But did you guys have home ec in your area? Because they actually taught us how to cook. They taught us all kinds of things, how to read measurements. My son cooks regularly, so I love the math questions. All right. It's just one of those strange things that they're not it's not even on the curriculum for the high school by my house anymore. It hurts to see that poor rotary being done. Laughs like a Bond villain. Ha ha ha. I am a rotary tool Bond villain. I am. And Mr. Alibaba, I already have its replacement ready as a true Bond villain. I'm gonna put a slow laser on. Oh, good times. Good times. I do push hard. I work out. Well, that machine General Electric is $8.95 on eBay. We just had to get rid of home ec. They had Junior Chef here. It was line and chef cooking. You know what though? At least they're teaching you a profession. They were teaching us how to be good house husbands and wives at my school. My friend and I wanted to take shop. We were told that it was a class class geared for girls. Do you know what's really funny? I did not play high school football my first 2 years, and I was in home ec, and the football coach walked in and was like, I have been this same size since I was probably 15, 16. And he saw me towering over everybody, and he was like, "You should play football." And the guy would come in and regularly like try to recruit me, and I did end up playing football. My home ec experience was weird. So I had to make sure I could cook, and then I started playing sports. Oh, this is gonna be awesome. Perfect. All right. You know what's funny? I'm like cutting around my microphone, doing my best not to cut my cord. You will hear the hiss and me cry at the same time the day I do. Okay. Perfect. Oh, that's going to look great. You know, you should feel more sorry for the table, because this thing is scar tissue like a Red Hot Chili Pepper song. All right, on to the next one. I have to check out the extremely odd way I cut this. Oh, good gravy. What is my son screaming? What and who is he screaming at? Good grief. And why? That's always my question, is why? All right. All right, just checking, just checking. It's going to be sad the day I do cut this cord. Earlier, I have a bunch of projects that I was going to do, but earlier I was like, you know what? If I don't do something with this fake Fendi now, I'm never going to use it. And so I figured, it's better to do something with it now instead of constantly talk about it. And I'm sincerely thinking about running this through the serger. Oh, perfect. I really haven't decided if I'm going to run it through the serger. I want to because it really expedites matters. But regardless of me running it through the serger or not, I'm going to have to sew all the pieces together. At least the arms. But why not? We're going to give it the old serger college try. All right. The serger should be a good. The serger should be a good outer seam. I agree. That's what I was saying. The serger will stop the fraying. Okay. I can see who works for Big Serger and who does not work for Big Serger. I've seen you going through fabric. I think you would have been like other than let the fake Fendi sit there for a decade. I swear, a lot of this Santee Alley fabric has sat there since the early 90s. I'm not kidding you, especially from Mr. Modelo's shop. I can just tell, especially on one of the top rolls of my Santee Alley fabric, it it has sun damage from being the very top of the roll and just sitting in the window. I vote. Okay, we now know who works for Big Serger. I need to bust that book out. It's oddly hilarious because they're so optimistic about Sergers. And then someone like me comes along and I'm like, I just barely like you guys. I had to rethread today and I was like, you know what? I got to get to know how to do this. Perfect. Oh, so what's everybody sewing right now? What's everyone working on? I am forever working on 15 different projects. Joy, are you still working on buttonholes? Oh, perfect. I went shopping today, so I'm dreaming about those awful sugar cookies I bought that I always buy. But you know, I didn't go as hard on the junk food as I usually do. I think I'm gonna have to go to Walmart tomorrow and make up for it. All right, I'm trying to pin. I'm pinning both sides at once so I can cut them out at the same time. It just saves time. And this fabric is extremely wide, so I can cut quite a few things out on it. I'm trying to remember to give myself space for the serger and sewing machine. All right. So let's see what else. Oh gosh. I'll go off about that in a minute. Nothing. Joy's like nothing. That's okay. I know not everybody has sewing ADD like me. I look like at my Dr. Patch. I'm like, how come I never finished that? That thing should be covered in patches. I would like to see a short of 18 words. Yes, I would. I'm sewing void for the last week. I'm waiting for her to send the next batch of shirts. Awesome, awesome. And I have an idea going through my mind, just not motivated to get off my ash to do it. I know the feeling. That's how I feel about this fake Fendi. I had this like thing in my mind today. I was like, bro, you talk about this all the time. And I stare at this roll and I was like, you need to do something about it. Perfect. Beautiful. I'm gonna laugh at the first person who calls me out for my fake Fendi coat. Beautiful. You know, I still can't believe it rained. I woke up and I was like, man, I really do not check the weather report. And I was just listening to that song, It Never Rains in Southern California, which is now stuck in my head. Beautiful. I have the top piece pinned on that side. All right. Another YouTube video I saw, he was showing an, excuse me, 1940 overlocker industrial. I believe it was black. Still to this day, I want to kick myself. I walked past what I believe was 1960s or 1970s Serger over like 10 or 15 bucks. And still to this day, I'm like, why did you do that? I'm still mad at myself for that because the guy didn't even know what it was. And I think I was more mad because I told him what it was. And then he upped the price, and I was like, oh, come on. A guy I know, Paul, has an American buttonhole and overserger company sewing machine. Awesome. Awesome. Twist action. I've seen a turn of century treadle serger. Oh, wow. I'm still mad at myself for that. I'm still mad. He asked me, what is it? And I said, oh, it's a serger. And I explained it to him. And then all of a sudden, he saw the importance. Because usually when someone says, oh, what is that? I'll say, I don't know. I'll give you $10 for it. That's my usual answer. All right. Beautiful. I'm getting semi quiet because these are not precision cuts, but I can't half arse these ones. And it's black on black, so I really have to pay attention with my cuts. Beautiful. Okay. Interesting machine, right, Joy? The beginning of the fast fashion kind. Absolutely, Joy. Absolutely. Do you know what's really funny? Um, I say this all the time, but Alibaba was the first person I ever met that actually knew who Thermomix was. I thought I was floating in the void because I pride myself on a little bit of sewing machine knowledge. I thought I had a lot until I met Alibaba. Okay, beautiful. Perfect. You know what's so funny? Like there are certain cuts where I'm like, oh, I don't like that, and I'm like, you know what? The serger will fix that right up. Oh, that's hilarious. Beautiful. Perfect. And that was not a clean cut. The material that I'm using underneath is a little bit more stringy. Or maybe I've completely dulled the knife. Beautiful. Perfect. Do you know? I'll be right back. I'm sitting here dreaming of these cookies that I just bought. I'll be right back. You know, I had to laugh because usually I buy 10 times more junk food when I go shopping. And today was actually kind of a really healthy run. But in no way, shape, or form do I promote my lifestyle unless you're a pirate such as myself. Coffee, cookies. I feel the emotions. Absolutely. You made Christmas cake? Like, was it Christmas themed or? I'm shocked. I'm shocked how in my area it seems that people have completely and utterly forgotten Thanksgiving. It's the strangest thing. This year it's more obvious than ever. Oh, it's fruitcake. Do you know, contrary to popular belief, I actually like fruitcake. Man, someone's gonna cut that in the wrong direction. But fruitcake is amazing. The dark type Christmas cake, like an old style Scottish one. Is that drenched in brandy? Sorry, I mute myself when I'm eating because eating on stream is just weird. All right. Brandy and other time and another and rum, yeah. The reason I say that is because I was raised by people from a different generation and they put alcohol on everything. And so it makes me laugh from certain family members if I get a fruitcake. I'm like, is this non-alcoholic fruitcake? Perfect. Perfect. Whoops. That's. Do you know? I really think I'm gonna have to replace the blade on this, and I'm almost embarrassed because I just recently purchased this rotary tool. Okay. Beautiful. So now all I have to do is get to the arms. So there's about 15 steps that I skip. I am the definition of Donnie Don't when it comes to sewing. Oh. Because I feel like I have to get that give that disclaimer because I'm a bit of a pirate and I improvise everything. I do measure, and something like this particular design, I've made this close to 100 times, so I have a bit of an idea of what I'm doing. But in reality, you should always measure everything at least 2 or 3 times. All right. Make sure I get this on the non-fold. Beautiful. Like I said, penning is pretty much what takes the longest more than anything else. It's kind of like painting. It's exactly like painting. You spend more time prepping than you do actually painting. Oh, now you're making me crave fruitcake. You know, it's funny. It has a really big stigma, but I grew up around an older crowd, so I don't see a problem with it. I guess because I was exposed to it at an early age, I absolutely love it. I can't believe we're already talking about Christmas. I'm over it. I'm over it already. My neighbors are putting up lights. Oh. And then January is gonna hit it all over again. Oh. It's just the other day when it was yesterday, my neighbor, I pulled up. I was driving in the corner house, obviously paid someone to put lights up, and I'm like, we're already here, huh? We are already here. And I had this total Seinfeld midlife crisis in my car of like, already? We need like an official date, like, okay, on the 1st, put your lights up. I felt like last year after the day I did mine the day after Thanksgiving, and I was considered not putting them up fast enough. And there goes the rotary tool. But I don't know about people who live in the city, but in the suburbs, it's one of those weird keeping up with the Joneses things. And because I had a neighbor who asked me, he was like, "Hey man, we're all doing icicles. Could you do icicles?" I was like, "Sure, bro." I put up all blue lights, just to drive everyone on the block crazy. I'm that neighbor. That reminds me, I'm gonna put my. So should I put my Christmas decorations up? Is it too early, Alexa? What's today's date?
It's Wednesday, November 15th.
It's the 15th of November, and I already have neighbors that have like had their lights up for 2 or 3 days. Am I being over dramatic? Or maybe it's because I don't want to put up my Christmas lights. Hands is my size. I'll coach him while he does it. He likes doing all the manly stuff nowadays. Oh, that's hilarious. Maybe I'm being dramatic, but my neighbors are already just full Christmas mode. And you know what? We're a functioning, nice, clean neighborhood, but we're not that neighborhood that everybody's going to see Christmas lights. There's quite a few of those neighborhoods around here, and that's not mine. My honorary cousin has an excellent fruitcake recipe. Oh, you guys are killing me with the fruitcake. I'm non-discriminatory when it comes to food. I love fruitcake. All right. I actually have quite a few intricate things that I put out in front of my house to be extra Christmassy. But it's weird to me how every year Christmas creeps more and more into November. Or maybe it's just me paying attention more and more every year. Oh. Treasured recipes? Absolutely. I have all of my grandmother's old cookbooks. Tasteful lights. It's not a circus in Las Vegas. And wait until after Thanksgiving. It's really getting to me. But the older I get, I'm turning into Seinfeld. Like it's really getting to me. And it's one guy. He has the corner house. I understand, but it's the 15th, and the guy already has I don't know, an 8 foot, 9 foot snow globe in front of his house. And I'm like, oh gosh, you're making us all. I think that's what it is. He's making us all look bad. That's the problem. That's why I want to go move out to the woods where I could put a strand of lights up on my house and plug them in once a year. Canada has no pilgrims. Holy cow, the Ducks got smoked 8-2. Wow. Oh, I can tell the temperature's dropping because my nose is clogging. Canada has no pilgrim. Oh. And I'm not even like super pro Thanksgiving. I just like the food and the day off. For me, I think it's more or less the memories of Thanksgiving. I just like the smells of the house, the day off. Oh, perfect. Oh, and in a weird twist, I've been looking for giant chickens and I can't find them. But I guess I'm going to have to go to the giant chicken store Because years ago, I've told the story how I got so tired of turkey, I stuffed a chicken, and it kind of became a tradition around here. And I've been looking, and I can't find giant chickens like I used to. Oh man. And I know I look like a crazy person today walking around the grocery store. I'm like, do you guys have giant chickens? And they know me. So the lady looked at me for a second and she was like, huh? And I was like, an actual real giant chicken. That is my heater going off. But she looked at me and she was like, no, we haven't had those in a while. But she was saying one of the reasons they don't is because they're trying to push turkeys. And I'm like, I don't care about turkey. I want a giant chicken. So it was actually kind of hilarious. Oh gosh, that's going to be the name of my next video is the hunt for the giant chicken. What beautiful. Perfect. I could do the US and Canada Thanksgiving, to be honest. The two turkeys. My friend grew giant turkeys. He had a record 43 or 42-pound one. That's humongous. That is huge as far as turkeys go. Oh, why did I do that to myself? Saying the word Christmas a bunch triggered a certain song in my head that I shall not share with everybody. Beautiful. All right, one more arm to go after all of that.
Hello.
Just making sure my volume was on. Why, hello, fancy meeting you here.
Imagine. Is this the turkey discussion group?
Do you really want to have that talk? I think it's because I have an ASG child and we eat the same thing over and over. He became obsessed with turkey legs. I can't even stand the smell now.
Oh goodness.
I've been cooking them off and on for 12 years, 13
Oh,
years.
maybe you should make a roast.
I'm looking for a giant chicken. I'm gonna stuff it's a family tradition now of me stuffing a chicken. We make everything for Thanksgiving except for the turkey.
Mm.
So giant chicken it is.
I watched a video from Kevin Lee Jacobs, and I said, "Ooh, that might be a nice alternative Thanksgiving meal." It was make ahead, so you're not like working like a navvy in the kitchen all day.
I was thinking about that too because I do have a giant crock pot, a few. And in a really weird twist, my son purchased a wok.
Oh wow.
And so I go off with a wok.
Okay.
My heater is letting me know exactly what the temperature is.
I checked the air filter in mine today, but then I remembered that I just changed it over the equinox. So, I was good. So, how's everybody doing today? I've been lurking for like the last half hour or so while I was getting ready and making a nice little cheese and olive platter.
I'm trying not to tell everybody I have the Mariah Carey song stuck in my head.
Which one? All I Want for Christmas?
You know which one. It all started with that meme, okay? Like, I believe it was like Alibaba or someone was like, oh, they're thawing out, or it might have been Kilroy. Oh, they're thawing out Mariah Carey right now. About a week or two ago, I went on YouTube and there's an actual thing of her being thawed out. And it's
Oh
her.
my goodness.
And I'm like, is this real life? Like, what planet am I on? So from that and it's actually funny, and because I've never seen it before, it was hilarious. And so when I saw it, it was funny. I put it in the group, but like ever since then, I've had the song stuck in my head. And you know what? Maybe I am going full Seinfeld on my neighbors putting up their lights. But am I wrong? Am I wrong for that? For having feelings like, dude, they put it up 2 days ago. Today's the 15th.
I mean, at least they didn't put it up the day after Halloween. But I don't know. I like to give Thanksgiving its due and not try to do Christmas when we're still doing Thanksgiving.
And I think it's actually really cool, but he now has what it's probably bigger than what I think it is, but a 9 or 10-foot snow globe in front of his house.
Wow.
That's on right now in the rain. On right now.
Wow. Well, you know, if that's what makes him happy. I'm a little more subtle with my taste in Christmas lights, but you know,
I am as well.
not everyone has.
I've really I have this really gaudy. I know this is shocking to people, but like I collect all kinds of things, and I had this really gaudy collection of older Christmas things I would light up. But one year I looked and I was like, it doesn't look vintage. It looks like Santa's Village 1940. This is hokey. Like, I need to step up my game. So I purchased all new things. I got a new Frosty. I got all new things from my house, you know.
My friend has a little pink Christmas tree, like desk size. I think it's ridiculous, but she likes pink and it makes her happy. So more power to her.
But I feel like I'm doing a lot of this to keep up with the neighbors, you know?
Well, that's no good.
Alibaba, I grew up with a man that would do magic on a walk. So when I've been avoiding it because it's kind of more nostalgic. Because I asked my dad one day, I was like, dude, you are such a good cook. He's like, dude, I had to feed 8 people on a budget, you know. Even back then he wasn't trying to spend money, so he was like, nah, man, like I cooked on the walk. So if I tell you that you're roboting, are you gonna take a walk?
Yes. Hello.
There you are. So I've been avoiding buying a walk more out of nostalgia. And so I now have one in my house. And my mom, who lives 2 houses down, but we hang out. I'm one of those people. I hang out with my mom. I'm actually known in this town for hanging out with my mom.
I understand.
But she saw it sitting on the table and she was like, oh my gosh, this brings back so much nostalgia. Because we'd have family night and we would put you could hide anything in tomato sauce. Let's just put it that way. You know? And put it on top of some rice, call it a day. Oh, and then my son asked me, he's like, how did grandpa know all of these recipes? I was like, the man lived in Vietnam, Cambodia, and Laos, and parts of Japan off and on for 25 years of his life. Aw, good times. All right, wish me luck. I'm about to surge this.
So Alibaba says that he likes all the old decorations. I feel like they were probably nice too, but I haven't seen them, so I don't know.
I have all sorts of walks. I even have a walk for a gas stove, and I have no gas stove. Mine were hokey. Some of mine were my grandma's failures. Like I didn't care.
So Alibaba, you seem like the kind of person who would have a nice vintage gas stove. I'm shocked that you don't have a gas stove.
I need to pick up my mess before I start surging.
So your grandmother made a lot of decorations? Is that what you're saying?
With lights and metal frame and everything. And we had this thing that my dad built that he called the missile. It was supposed to be a Christmas tree, but it ended up just looking like a big triangle. And when we put it on there, it was huge. And I'm so glad he saw it before he passed away. I put it back up on the roof. That thing sat in his garage for 20 something years. I fixed it and I put it up on the roof.
Oh, wow.
But after a while, those old decorations just got hokey, you know? And it's more nostalgia. People would drive up and be like, why do you have a giant triangle on your roof? I'm like, it's a Christmas tree. What do you have no vision. You have no vision. It's a Christmas tree. So
I mean, what do people think it is? It's obviously a Christmas tree.
And I even put different color lights on it to represent ornaments. But eventually, I come from a different world of people who made Christmas decorations.
I remember when I was a kid, we had read about stringing popcorn, and we tried to do that. Oh, my word. One, it takes a crap ton of popcorn, and two, the popcorn has a tendency to break when you try to stuff the needle through it.
As a popcorn addict, I was never successful because I would just sit there and eat it.
I think that's what we did.
You could never get me to string that. My whole life, I have just been unreal with popcorn. I love popcorn. Oh, man.
So Alibaba says, I have no gas stove and no wood stove anymore. I don't have a wood stove, but in 2020, I finally got one of my holy grail stoves, and it's a 1952 O'Keefe and Merritt with grill-evator and chrome griddle down the center. Oh, it's amazing. I would like to have a wood stove. I have like a small cast iron fire pit thingy in the backyard. You're gonna mute yourself? Okay.
Yeah, because it's about to get surgy in here.
Oh. Yes, my stove is gas. I will weep the day that they no longer give gas to the houses and I have to go with crappy electric. I hate cooking on electric. It's awful.
I have a gas stove.
Oh, good.
I have a gas. My grandma weirdly had one, and I never liked it. She had an electric stove. Never liked it.
I'm not a fan. I read an article that was talking about, should you use gas? Should you have electric? And they concluded that you want gas for the stovetop because of the control, and then you want electric for the oven because of the even heat distribution. I'm like, okay.
That's very interesting.
Alibaba says, I have lived electric and, are you saying induction? For a bit now. Oh, my friend tells the story of this other friend of ours whose dad remodeled the kitchen, and they got this super high-tech stovetop, and it's just a sheet of glass. And, I mean, under it, it's all the burners and everything, but there's not even an on button. If you don't know where the button is to turn it on, good luck cooking. It looks amazing, but it's completely impractical.
Nope. Couldn't have something like that in the house. I always say, oh, I have a miner in the house, but let's be real, it's for me. Let's be real. He's smart enough to get it. I would have to call him in the house every time to turn that thing on. Hey, how do you start this? He'd hate
Which
me.
corner? Which quadrant?
Oh, he would hate me for it.
Where does the pan go?
Okay, so I need a light for this.
You need a what?
A light.
A light. It does look like you're standing in the dark.
Yeah, because I don't have good vision. And I know wearing my glasses would help.
I did all kinds of things today. I'm feeling very accomplished. And one of them was I put the incandescent bulbs back in the library chandelier. No more LEDs.
Now that you said something, I'm on Superman mode today, so I apologize. Your lighting is amazing.
Oh, why thank you.
Absolutely amazing.
It's my new light in the ceiling. And then I have a little lamp on to the side here. Maybe I'm a Luddite. I don't know, but I hate LED lighting. Looks awful. It always has like this weird like green tinge to everything, like you're queasy.
But the 1980s, like I grew up in a place that has paseos. There's pathways through all the houses, which was such a bad idea for the 80s and 90s generation anyways. But they have the old school lights in there and they glow like a weird green. And it reminds me of my area, but this was pre modern lighting.
So Alibaba, what?
Oh, go ahead.
What made you get the induction glass top? And what do you dislike about it? You've had it for 25 years? Oh, no.
I'm not mad at the serger. It's like learning a new machine, but I'm not mad at it.
I have a love-hate feelings about serging. It's so practical and it's quick. It leaves you with, non-fraying edges. It's not bulky. But so, all those are draws, but I just don't like the way serge seams look. But then other seam finishes take way longer.
A long time ago when I used to stream with people who didn't know anything about sewing, they'd ask me like, oh, what's the importance of a serger? I'd always tell them, grab your shirt and go like this. And just look inside and you'll understand the importance of a serger. I guarantee the shirt for men, I wear men's clothing, so for men, every seam is serged. Everything.
Yeah, pretty much. There's no good hood to the top. Oh. I have an old house and my hood is just a hole in the ceiling that's connected to a pipe with a cap on it. Eventually I'll install a real hood in that hole, but for now it's old school.
So, what should be a shock to no one, I, at a really good price, purchased a restaurant-style hood where every time I walk in my kitchen, I'm like, "Why did I get this?" You when you turn it on, you can feel the air being sucked out from the I love that thing. My
You have to put,
neighbors what's that?
I'm just picturing you putting pattern weights on all your papers that are in the kitchen.
My neighbors tell me that they can tell what I'm having for dinner. That was probably the most fun I've ever had putting something in my house. I punched a hole straight up through the kitchen, up to through the ceiling.
Wow.
And I found out everything that was in the rafters on that side of the house.
Mm. I had a few years ago, my air conditioner, somehow in some construction process, the air conditioner condensation pipe had
Okay.
gotten like folded over and or disconnected from the air conditioner. And in a bit of a perfect storm, the sensor on the air conditioner that's supposed to stop the AC when the water tray is full broke. So I had been leaking water out of my air conditioner down like inside the one of the walls in my house, and it grew a whole forest of mold, and I had to have all kinds of like abatement and everything. It was awful. And so while those people were here cleaning everything and sanitizing it from the mold, I had them take out all the old insulation in the attic and sanitize the attic, and then I put new insulation down.
Just for a weird question, did you use a company called Service Master?
No.
Okay. Just making sure. I worked for this company that I am not scared to say that they are fly by night.
Oh dear.
They taught me everything. Like I worked for a carpet restoration company. These guys taught me everything that I know, but they were ripping off every customer and hoping that I wasn't good at math.
Well, I mean, the work that they did was good. They cleaned my attic and all of that, but somebody stole two of my sewing machines while they were here. So,
I would be at their office. I'm a
mm.
Karen. See, I'm a real life Karen. If you ever have that problem again, I'm gonna show up with no knuckles, with hairy knuckles and no neck. It's the name of my two cousins. Oh, I missed on that.
Alibaba is very enthused about the suction for your stovetop.
Oh, it's awesome. It's awesome. Anything that I cook, the neighbors can smell because this smell gets shut. Do you think that's why the raccoons love being? I wonder if the raccoons are just licking my hood on my roof. That's weird. But I have raccoons. They have to be the raccoons that are walking on my roof at night. Do you know
Maybe
between
there's
my? Sorry, go ahead. I'm a rambler.
oh, the raccoons are just planning about when they want to raid your trash can. They're like, "Oh, what's he cooking?"
I'm not even saying this to be funny. I used to smoke doobies on the side of my house, and one night I looked up and there was two raccoons like this with their face over on the. They like me. Let's just say it that way. And they get all the cat food that Odin doesn't eat, so they like me. I think that's why they hang around because I put cat food out for them and Odin. Mine is Jen Air, an upgrade for an old electric range with to pee with rings.
I think electric range top.
Oh,
Typos are not our friends. At
my
least he
hair.
didn't have auto incorrect on top of it.
Autocorrect is not my friend. We do not. Well, we don't talk correctly.
Alibaba says for sure, raccoons love cat food.
You know, it's really funny. I'm not even a fan of raccoons. And my neighbor was like, she called some guy to eradicate it. And he was like, can I come on your property? I was like, absolutely not. You may not come on my property.
Mm.
And they caught one and the other one, but they like
Oh.
basically caught his brother or sister
Oh no.
and took it. Oh, yeah.
That's awful.
They're,
If you ever see possums, don't get rid of them. They may look like giant rats, but they eat a crap ton of fleas.
they need to start eating crickets. I'm kidding. I know. I leave possums alone. They eat the cat food too.
That's so sad that they took away I mean, they're going to be missing their friend. Maybe it was one of their spouses.
I gave the same argument and no one cared. I think there might have been 3. I think they might have taken away 2.
Oh, that's awful.
Because the big one is still there. It's huge. The big one is puppy size. It has no natural predators because no one's stepping up to that thing.
I mean, they're just hanging around outside. What's the problem? Happy Maker has arrived. Hello, Happy Maker.
Yay, hello. I'm just surging away. I need to find a receptacle to pick up all the stuff that falls from the serger. I'm a bit of a vacuumer. Hello, how are you? I'm a bit of a vacuumer, so having something where something falls on the floor is like I'm fighting it every day.
I need to clean my vacuum out.
Yay, hi. Hello, Happy Maker. Yay, hello. I am making a fake Fendi coat. I'm serging the arms and everything right now, and then I'm going to sew everything together in a minute. This is coming by actually in a good time. Do you know what's really funny? Usually I do all this prepping before the stream, but this person I know suggested that I should do all this on stream because the people that on my stream usually know about sewing anyways. And these are
I think people like to watch it, and that saves you from running yourself ragged trying to do everything before the thing.
I do get a little resentful sometimes.
It's too much. I can't handle it.
Well, during school hours, I have to be, educator sewing.
Mm-hmm.
Basically, just my whole mission is to keep my son off of every streaming service during school hours. Let's be real.
Are his assignments online or are they on paper?
They're online, but now they want you to keep notes, and I think it's just to stop plagiarism.
Are you able to, do you have any sort of system where you can block all sites except his school one?
It's more complicated than that, but I can do it on his phone. Like I can shut his phone off.
Mm-hmm.
I'm more about the devices. Like it's come to the point where I'm like every day I'm like, give me your Oculus. It's like a shakedown every morning.
Gotta play the heavy.
Well, if you know what, like for as much as my parents were really strict, okay, my parents were, but they were old school. I always say this: my father was a pre-boomer and my mom was a boomer. Like they were from a different world. Their rules were like, hey, if you can handle doing something, then you can do it. So if you can watch TV and get straight A's while you're doing your homework, good for you. But if you can't, that TV's going to disappear.
It's a little hard to do your homework when you have a visor over your eyeballs.
Oh, that one was the one where I was like, this is no longer allowed in this room. But again, I'm from a different generation. Like, we didn't have technology like that. I would have been doing the same thing. I don't want to age myself, but I'll never forget I had a football coach yelling at me because I almost failed 10th grade because of Final Fantasy 7. And he was like, "A video game? What planet are we living on?" Because to him, kids didn't this was the 90s. He was like, he lost it. I can only imagine how he feels about modern technology now. And he's still the head coach of the same team.
Oh, wow.
He's been there for 27, 28 years or something crazy. Oh, yeah. Still the head coach. Something like that Oculus, the Meta VR one has been coming up and adds so much for me lately. For me, it's StreamYards. They're stalking me.
Which is so bizarre. I mean, you're already on StreamYards. You don't need to see a StreamYards commercial.
They just want to make sure. And the funny thing is, it doesn't come on unless I'm on StreamYards. Like when I watch stuff with you, it's like every ad is StreamYards.
Weird.
They're watching. They are watching.
What? Tell us more, Alibaba. Alibaba says, I know a guy that sold a Final Fantasy character online for $25,000 Canadian.
Probably
Like,
with some nostalgic shrub like me.
Sold a like a rendering or what are we talking about here?
I'm curious as well now.
We want to know.
Okay.
Way back then. So this was like, not only was it $25,000, it was $25,000 in old money.
Back when $25,000 meant something. Disclaimer: if you gave me that much money now, I would do a happy dance. Disclaimer.
I saw a video about Mrs. Astor and the amount of money that they had was, like the high society. It was just ridiculous.
Are you talking about by modern standards?
Well, I mean, to get admission into her like special parties and stuff, you had to be like old money and have have at least $1 million. But that was, $1 million then. And the video that I was watching said that when she married Mr. Astor, her family had like $600,000, which they equated to 20 million in modern money.
Huh.
And so $1 million was quite a lot, but her husband was the second son, so he was inheriting a smaller amount, but this smaller amount was $20 million in back then money. So when you convert it to modern money, just ridiculous amounts of money. Alibaba says that it was a player character for online gaming. Wow.
I have a plot of land that my son asks me all the time. Why do you have this? And one day someone's gonna ask me money for. Someone's gonna offer me money, and I'm gonna show my son why I have that little. It's literally an acre, but he'll know. He'll know.
One of my mom's friends, they were original family, one of the original families in Orange.
Oh,
They
wow.
had a farm in what's now Orange.
Oh wow.
So yeah, they got lots of money selling the farm.
It's really sad, but that's one of the reasons that I bought the little plot was because of all the development that is going on in my town.
Mm-hmm. I mean, it's happening with you or without you. You might as well make some money off of it.
And whatchamacallit? Oh, what happened? Oh,
Oh,
I'm like, what? There was a ghost in the machine. I put my mic stand on my serger and it started moving.
oh goodness.
I'm like, what happened now? Is there a ghost in the machine? Not real. Oh, I'm going to sit down for a second. Oh, I think it's all my power naps I've been taking. It's giving me a bad back.
Oh, where have you been napping? On the couch?
Oh, also at my job, I have a chair like this. Excuse me, in my office. And so I sit in there and I'm like, I'm going to sit here for 10 minutes. And I open my eyes and I'm like, oh, it's been 45.
Ooh.
But I'm a cat napper, you know. Awesome. I'm going to take a quick break. You know, it takes more time lining this stuff than actually doing it. But I need to put my serger on an even surface because hunching over it and to my, if anyone is under the age of 40 and they hear the word hunching, I'm literally talking about leaning over something. Hunching has a whole new definition now.
Oh, I missed that one. Good
if you don't know what it is, because we're showing our age, I keep my ears to the YouTube streets as the people say, really, let's be real. I love watching Chisme content, you know. Oh.
Yeah, it was ridiculous amounts of money. I hear myself.
I have weird views on that because I grew up around extremely rich people who are humble. Like I know somebody, she put on her, someone I know, and I've known her my entire life. Have you ever heard of Porto's? It's a bakery, Argentine bakery.
No.
It's more on this side of town. But there's quite a few. And on her Facebook, she put owner of a Porto's. And I know she's like extreme. Like I had no idea how much money she had. It's my friend's mom. I saw her at the grocery store. And I looked at her. I said, "You don't work at Porto's." She says, "Yeah, I do." I said, "You own a Porto's?" She's like, "I know." I was like, "Which one do you own?" She looks at me and she's like, "All of them." But it didn't dawn on me. I've known her my whole life. We wave to each other at the grocery store. I still see her after all these years. I've known her since I was like 6 or 7 years old, you know? She's the woman I was telling you about the Sir Mix-a-Lot story. When we were going to Disneyland and we all had tapes in our Walkmans and she wanted to hear everyone's tape. And I'm of that age where I had Sir Mix-a-Lot in my tape deck. And she still brings it up. And when he redid a for a commercial or something, and she put it on her Facebook and she was like, ooh, we're all getting old. Because Sir Mr. He's showing age. He's showing like.
I saw a post this year on Instagram from Macaulay Culkin, and he's like, well, just so everyone knows, I'm 40 now. And it's like, do you feel old?
You know what's really funny? I remember his career after I followed his career. So he was in Party Monster. He was in some pretty hardcore movies.
Yeah.
Like Party Monster is a hardcore movie about the New York club kid scene. So I had a different view of him. I laughed though when I saw him. I don't know if it was Versace or something, but he on his third comeback, he was recently in a Versace fashion show on, and I'm like, where is that? And they panned back. It was Hollywood Boulevard. I'm like, I recognize that place, but they were directly on like the main avenue where all the the original stars were put.
Okay.
Like when I say original stars, I mean like John Wayne and the first 100 stars on the street.
Okay.
Let's see, what else did I put in my note? Was it pouring on your side of wherever you live?
I had a lot of rain today.
Tomorrow, in an ironic twist, we're having a planned power outage.
Huh.
So I'll be staying up all evening and then sleeping all day tomorrow.
Okay.
Again, this is our third, though. This is our third planned power outage. I just don't get it anymore.
And do you think they're accomplishing anything?
I truly believe they couldn't handle our heat wave because everybody had their air conditioners on.
Yeah.
So I think the infrastructure couldn't handle the past heat wave because our summer, we had an extra summer. And in my neighborhood, because I walk a mile every day, I could hear everyone's air conditioner being on.
Yeah.
So it's one of those goofy things of like, I don't know if the infrastructure, and let's be real, we have an unreal amount of people that live in LA County and the surrounding areas pulling on the same old ancient power grid.
The thing that gets me is this like, okay, this was not a surprise. It didn't come out of left field. We knew that this was happening and that everything was aging out. I don't know why we had to wait until it's like an emergency and setting the state on fire.
People are more concerned about like, it's really funny you would say that because they spent more time fighting over rights for like the prisoners who are fighters, who are firefighters, who are basically slaves, than actually dealing with the fact that the fires are started because of our infrastructure.
Yeah. I don't understand.
I saw this weird thing about how basically with us using prisoners as firefighters, we have legalized slavery. And there was this one woman who was in the California, she was like a legislator from somewhere, but she was crying and she's like, she was the only person to vote against it. And she's like, do you realize we're legalizing slavery in the state of California? Because we have firefighters who don't get paid.
I saw a video.
Go ahead. I'm a rambler.
I saw a video from, I think it was Today I Found Out, one of the Simon Whistler channels. And he was talking about why we have so many people incarcerated and the whole, like, how we got to this point and what we need to do to change it and what other countries do to help with recidivism. And it was really interesting.
I've been to places that it's failed, and I've been to places where decriminalizing everything has worked. Have you ever been to Spain?
See?
Did you? Oh gosh, I forgot. Yeah, you've been to Spain. I forgot. Waternay is more Hispanic than all of us. The people that,
Oh my
that come
word.
from there. No, don't be embarrassed. I grew up with a man that spoke Cambodian, Laotian, Chinese, and Vietnamese, and anybody he would see, he would wait to speak their language. Like, so don't be embarrassed with that. That's a skill that most people don't have.
Well, I can get by, but I am not fluent.
But language has become so convoluted lately. Who is fluent anymore? All right, I'm gonna get back to surging. I need to put my serger on a higher surface, or bring a swivel chair in here.
You know what you could do? You could grab a couple touch and sew cases and stuff them under the legs for your serger.
You are so determined to get rid of those things.
Seems a
Do
very
you know?
practical use.
Instead of making parachutes for myself, let's compromise. I won't jump out of a plane, but we could throw all my touch and cells out of a plane. We can make parachutes for them and see which ones survive.
Yeah, it could be a whole experiment about which parachutes are best.
Touch and sew. All right, I gotta get back to surging because I'm gonna be surging and sewing. But it's early. It's still early. It's Wednesday night. I hope everyone's doing well. Like I always say, I would be doing this even if I wasn't live. So I hope everyone's having a great evening. And I now have that song stuck in my head. That's one for tomorrow, two for singer today. Wow, 525. I want to thank everybody who has subscribed to the House of Sewing. I am the definition of ADD sewing, so welcome. And now I have to make a funky comeback for my purple cape because I had part one. I completely forgot that I taped myself actually working on it. And so last night I was like, oh, I have a short, and I completely forgot about it. So now I have to make part two where I do a funky dance because it's gold as well.
Seems very appropriate for your blinged out sequin cape.
What's new for tomorrow? Now I just have that song pumping through my head. You want to talk about rah Rasputin? More than that, now the singer song is champion in my skull now. And the funny thing is, the person probably retired off of that song. Or many like it.
Do we know who wrote the jingle?
No, I need to do my Google foo and find that out. There's got to be a way to find that out. I'm such a modern human. Who wrote the singer jingle commercials from the 1950s? Oh, do you remember See You in Your Chevrolet? I do. Oh, that's so funny. This is a rabbit hole. I'm about to just dive down this one. Hello, Joyous. Hello.
Hello.
I just saw an adjustable table today. I've been, you know, the funny thing is, I've walked past quite a few of those. I call them the Silicon Valley desks, the standing desks. I like weirdly refused to buy one, and now I want one.
Well, there's that one company that they sell the stand and then you get a nice piece of wood or, whatever for your tabletop, but it's adjustable. So you can use it as you can use it as a sitting desk, or you can raise it up for a standing desk.
My dad made the guy made the jingle for Coke. Oh wow. Oh great. Now I have the Pepsi song. Do you remember the Pepsi song? Make a World a Better Place song?
I'm just the Coke one is stuck in my head right now. So Joyful Joy has 2 accounts. Joyful Joy and Joyous.
Oh, please subscribe to all of us. And don't forget to like and subscribe. At this point, Mimi G should be paying me for making this pattern. What's new for tomorrow? I'm clearing my desk. I swear there's sewing that goes on in this channel. I swear. It's a lot of fluff in between and not just defluffing.
That song was huge. The Coke
Okay.
jingle.
Oh yeah. I don't want to dox him, but my neighbor is a commercial actor, and he has a fee that he still lives off of. And if you watch TV, you probably see him every day.
Hmm.
And the funny thing is, because of where he's from, he plays 25-year-olds, and he's 50.
Hmm.
Yeah. I've
All
seen him
right.
I've seen him in a commercial, and I was like, "Oh, bruh, they really took the gray out of your hair for that one." Like, I gave him a hard time. Last time I saw him, I gave him a hard time because he's in a few commercials, and I was like, "Oh, they're lying about your age." He has children that are 25. I just made one yesterday because the channel couldn't figure out how to unblock me. She's kind of slow. Oh, you know what? You know what's really funny? That happens. That happens all the time. The Go guy was rich when my dad met him. Oh, thank you. Thank you, Joy. The algorithm. I have to feed the beast. They called the algorithm.
So Joy, why did you get blocked to begin with?
Joy was probably telling the truth about self-winding bobbins.
Scandal.
She probably sang the singer commercial too many times. These are all just uneducated guesses. Oh, did you know today's Botox Day?
Oh, goodness.
Today in the United States of America is National Botox Day, paid for by the company. So to all my Southern Californians, I see you. I see you. I laughed when I saw that. I have to bring that up again.
I mean, sometimes I look in the mirror and I'm like, okay, I've been holding my eyes open by my eyebrows again, but I'm still reluctant to go and put toxin in my face.
I wouldn't do that, but I'm because I'm from Southern California. I'm not scared to admit if I needed to, I would let a doctor put his foot in the back of my head and pull my skin back. If I ever need it, I'll be first in line. Because she is slow and misunderstood the meaning of multitasking. Do you think she was like, do you think it like, so did you hurt her feelings? Because I said she was multitasking. She thought I was telling her what to say. People are so
What?
strange. People are so. I'm on your side, Joy. No matter what, I'm on your side.
That's
I can
so weird.
I can still picture Joy. I'm not over it. Okay, I can still picture Joy at a pagan wedding. And no, I'm not over it because Joy was like, it was weird. I was like, oh, been there. I have had that experience. If you're not ready for it, it catches you off.
Pagan wedding. Excuse me, we prefer hand fasting.
What's it? The guy in the fetal position in the corner is like, whatever. I was raised Roman Catholic. Everything scares me. Now that's a t-shirt.
Let's see. Joy says, yes, she was hurt, and there was a bunch of kids coming into her chat, and it was a mess. Oh, goodness.
See, that's why I say this in real life and I say it online, that you cannot get context out of text.
Mm.
I'm sorry. Even when people like, unless someone's typing in all caps, because then I can just picture them screaming.
But
You really cannot get context.
especially when you're not hip with the lingo.
Oh gosh. In and if I say something vulgar and offensive, I apologize now. In one of the last Rocky movies, um Rocky was it's gosh, this was from like the early 2000s, I guess. But Rocky was making a comeback. There was a simulation where he was supposed to fight this guy, and he gets a dog, and the guy he's training with is a young kid, and he tells him, I want to name the dog Punchy. And he's like, bro, you can't name the dog Punchy. And he's like, why? He's like, because in Philadelphia, Punchy means something completely different. Still to this day, I never Googled it to find out what that. I'm serious because I didn't want to know. I didn't want to know. I thought it was cute that a boxer named a dog Punchy,
Yeah.
but it means something completely vulgar. It
Hmm.
means something, but what they were showing was the difference of lingo and age in the movie. It's
True.
so funny. It's such a good movie. It's like Rocky 9 or I don't even know what movie it is, but it's such a good movie.
When you said you were watching Rocky, my first thought was Rocky Horror Picture Show. And I was very confused for a moment,
No,
especially when you talked about a new one from the 2000s.
it might have been the guy from Creed in the movie.
Oh, yeah.
It might have been the kid, but he was a kid back then. And I don't want to offend anybody, but I consider under 30 a kid. So like he wasn't as buff as he is now.
Are you talking about Michael B. Jordan?
I don't know if he was in the movie or not, but he might have been. But it was a Rocky movie because what's her name's brother was like one of the last living people from the original cast in there. And they were talking about that. Like they had an actor who was like one of the last original actors. It was basically Sylvester Stallone and this guy were the
Hmm.
only two. And they did the
Oh,
whole thing where they were punching meat. He's like, "Can we be in here?" And he's like, "I don't know." And they were punching the meat and everything. It was, before remakes got too ridiculous. But keep in mind, I'm semi easily entertained. I loved that movie.
you just want to enjoy something for what it is. It doesn't have to be the be all end all.
And there's in the one of the final scenes, they're Rocky's coming out the box. I can't remember this song, but the guy comes out to this hardcore rap song, and it's not Liza Minnelli, but I think he walked out to something close, and the whole crowd's like, "What?" And Sylvester's like, "I love this song," but he was just showing the age difference between him and everybody else. I
Mm.
I liked that movie. I did. It wasn't. But I'm an HBO person. If I catch it on HBO, I'll watch it. It was a good movie. I tried to watch The King of Tulsa. It didn't go too well for me.
Oh,
But you know
so
what? I'm gonna be older, still writing, still wearing vests, but I'm not gonna be like thinking I'm a tough guy like Sylvester. Alexa, how old is Sylvester Stallone?
Sylvester Stallone is 77 years old.
He's literally 4 or 5 years. No, he's 6 years older than my mother. No, or like 5. So
it
my
doesn't matter.
yeah, I did not know that he was 77. Wow. I'm gonna give my mom such a hard time. I'm gonna go call my mom and be like, how come you aren't beating people up like Sylvester? He's 77 years old. Oh, I thought he was younger for some. It's because he dyes his hair and he works out. I thought he was way younger.
speaking of old things, I saw an Alexander Dyer video today, and he was cleaning up and servicing. I can't remember the model number of the machine, but it was an old Singer Industrial that was a triple feed.
Oh wow!
It was nice.
Oh wow! It took my brain a second to figure. I was like, I know that name. I know exactly who you're talking about, and I think it's freaky that we all watch the same sewing content in a weird way. Oh, why am I missing a pen here?
You'll find it with your foot.
That's real. That's 100% real. It's like the foot is a homing beacon for those things.
Do you have one of those magnet brooms?
I actually do. I have a mega one from the shop.
Mm.
That's what inspired me to go magnet fishing. But I don't live near bodies of water like that.
Mm.
Not like those people like in Michigan or like the people in Amsterdam. That's cheating. There's people in Amsterdam, they're pulling up bikes after bike. Like people love throwing their bikes in the canal for some reason.
What the heck?
It's so
bad for the environment.
I watch a lot of magnet fishing videos. I want to do it so bad. And it's one of those things where I have the proper equipment too. Probably better equipment.
Kilroy says, "Of course you do. He has everything. If you don't have it, you don't want it."
Once I saw what kind of equipment they have, I was like, I actually have the round magnets with the hooks on it and everything, but they were intended for completely different use. But you could use them for, they're higher rated than the magnet fishing magnets too. That's why when he said that, it kind of made me laugh because I do have the broom magnet and the round ones. I have the square ones.
I have one of the
TARDIS.
One like this, like it's kind of like an inch and a half wide or so, and then it's, I don't know, this wide.
Oh heck yeah, those are awesome. I want to go magnet fishing so bad. Have you seen that? Do you remember the guy who was, I don't know, this was a year or two ago, but when Lake Mead started completely dropping, they found every person who had ever lost a bet in Vegas.
Yeah.
Yeah. They found there was this guy who built a whole channel around it. He found all kinds of contraband.
Yeah. And they found some people who had disappeared as well.
Quite a few people, actually. So all those stories they told about Lake Mead were true. It wasn't just to scare tourists. Don't rack up debts in old Vegas.
So Joyce says, "I wonder if there is a YouTube channel that restores the touch and sew machines." And then I'm thinking not. So, if you want a side channel, Godless, you've got enough of them to sustain you for a while.
I could get really in debt. I actually could do a side channel because I have a few machines that need real comprehensive care. I just have to sit down with them, really. And there's one, I don't know if it's a Belvedere or a Bel Air. I have officially broke that thing. I don't know what I'm doing. And I tried to replace the motor, and that was a disaster as well.
Oh, dear.
And it just, so that's definitely on the island of misfit sewing machines on the other side.
Kilroy says, "People get drunk and ride their bike by the canal. No safety rails, and they drop right in the drink."
I Love those videos. And in Europe, they usually find bikes. It's the strangest stuff. Because I'm waiting for World War II paraphernalia, World War One. Battles were fought in these towns, and they're
Mm.
pulling out bikes. It's the funniest thing. I love watching magnet fishing videos. And for
Did
a
you?
while, I was into noodling, and I'm gonna take water noodling. Do you know what noodling is?
I do, but I like having the skin on my hands.
Catfish. Okay, well, I have giant welder's gloves that are just gauntlets that'll go all the way up to like here, and on you
Mm.
they go to your armpit. So in theory, we could grab the glove.
I'll just get some Noodler's ink. How about that?
Do you ever remember they had a television show back when the Learning Channel went full hillbilly, when they had moonshiners and all that on there? They had a noodling show, and I sat there for a whole summer. I was like, but nobody would go to Oklahoma with me. Nobody.
Did you know there's some catfish that get so big they'll eat a human?
So I'm gonna go grab my other piece, but General Sherman is real, huh?
Apparently.
I. That's crazy.
That's scary. Oh my. You got to go out in the country to find tanks. There have been people in Germany who pulled panzers out of lakes. Wow. Have you heard that song, the Hitler rap by Whitest Kids You Know? It's amusing. Play it and enjoy. Let's see. So many bikes, hundreds of bikes per 100 meters on the Amsterdam Canal. Sure, so many bikes. The boat scraped the bikes going through. Ooh, that sounds like a sinking waiting to happen. Let's see. Alibaba says, I've heard of catfish that big. Apparently, some of them, I was watching a show about some guy who like rescues fish from abandoned outdoor ponds and things, and he was talking about some species of catfish that are known as being man eaters that just get massive. That's scary. I wonder, like, what's the inside? What is the inside of a fish like? I mean, if you're like down there in scuba gear or whatever, and they chomp you, can you use a knife or something to cut your way out, or is it constricting?
Who pulled out panzers out of lakes? I want to be one of those people who finds like a plane in the jungle. I would get it flying again. I would. I'm one of those people Googling, like, how can I get something from Thailand to my house? I'm that guy. And let me tell you, it's always by a boat and it's expensive. Indiana Jones was a complete lie. It's expensive. Oh,
Now I have Hitler rap stuck in my head. Rolling
I
down the
have
street
rah,
in my
rah,
Panzer tank. Got 2 chicks on my arm and my bitch and Frank. It's irreverent.
rah, rah, Rasputin. Now I really want to go magnet fishing now. Is there any like what's around here? Pyramid Lake, but there's nothing like I don't think Pyramid is actually a man-made lake, so I don't think there'd be much in there.
Oh, I mean, anywhere that people go to hang out and stuff, you're liable to find some things.
It's like at the weird plateau of a mountain. Like you wouldn't even know it was there. Like there's people that commute up and down the West Coast and don't even know it exists. And it's
Huh.
a giant lake outside of Los Angeles, a giant body of water.
What's your opinion on that other lake that's coming back in the place that used to have like the biggest lake west of the Mississippi or something. And then we drained it for reasons, but it keeps flooding. What do you think we should do with that?
What lake is that?
It's in all the farmland in Central California, and it's huge. And when big storms come, like that one that we had, people's farms and stuff are underwater. And it's, it's part of like the creation myth by a certain tribe. But it's huge. Like no, it's not Lake Tahoe. It's like something that you didn't even know was there because it's been farmland. But then you find out, oh no, this used to like be one of the biggest lakes in the country. And no, not the Salton Sea. This is a natural.
The Salton Sea is more towards Mexico. You know what? Honestly, I'm gonna tell you how I feel. I think we should return it to the earth.
I
should find a
agree.
way to live with nature instead of trying to conquer it. But the people like me are fading out.
I mean, it was a stupid place to build farmland because, it's just going to keep flooding. And we've wrecked the environment and we've drained the aquifers and stuff. And so it would be better to just embrace what's already there.
In my hometown, there is a apartment complex that was built about 15 years ago, and everybody tried to warn them, you're building in a floodplain. If we have major rains, you're going to get flooded. And here it is all these years later, and they can't find people to live there anymore because every time it rains, magically, imagine a Tesla being under 4 feet of water.
Ooh.
Because I live in yuppie land. The Salton Sea is more off the 10 freeway heading towards Arizona. That's like the whole Coachella Valley. It makes me laugh when people didn't know about Coachella until Coachella, but Palm Springs has been there for a long time. And that is the beginning of the Coachella Valley, is Palm Springs. My buddy John Barrowman, I know he's canceled. No one likes him anymore, but he's on a campaign to save a giant Marilyn Monroe statue in the middle of Palm Springs.
Oh.
They're trying to move it, but it's honestly a huge tourist attraction. I have pictures in front of it. It's one of the, there's not too many things to do in Palm Springs unless you're a millionaire. And so that's one of the really cool things that you can do for free in Palm Springs is go stand under this 3-story. It's huge. It's a 3-story Marilyn Monroe.
Wow.
It's huge. But apparently Palm Springs is trying to get rid of it or move it, which is dumb. But they're trying to save it now. So there's a whole Marilyn Monroe. You should look it up. There's a whole preservation about it now. But it's just weird to me. The pink dinosaurs off the 10. They'll never get rid of those because of one movie, because of Pee Wee Herman's Great Adventure.
Some friends of the family built a house in Palm Springs desert out there, and they put the platform for the dining table is in the middle of a little indoor pond or water feature, and it has little stepping stones to get to the dining table. So I said that it was a sobriety test. If people drink too much at dinner and they can't navigate the stepping stones to stay dry, then they had too much and you should take their keys.
I sleep eat. That would be so uncomfortable, and I'd wake up with putting my foot in the pond, I have weird neurotic habits. I sleep eat. I could not have a live action kitchen like that.
I was in a restaurant that had excuse me. I was at a restaurant that had a water feature against the wall, to reflect water, and This one lady did not realize that it was a water feature, and she put her handbag in the fountain.
Oh.
Oh, yeah.
Do you know that weirdly happens? I don't eat those places anymore, but I'm obsessed with anywhere that cooks in front of you. We have quite a few places like that in my town. And
Okay.
there's a one place that used to have a sushi conveyor belt, which they no longer have since COVID. But back in the day, it was not rare to see like a purse on the conveyor belt, or someone would put a drink on there because they were so hammered, or they were like not paying attention, you know. Yeah, totally. Because I used to go there all the time. It was like the yuppie place to go. I'm really not into sushi like that anymore.
Mm.
COVID, but the one thing I will say in my town, the plague really made, because I live in a place where everything's overpriced. It really made food affordable, so I started eating sushi and stuff again.
Hmm.
Because you know I'm a hungry human. If you eat a lot, it's expensive, and sushi adds up.
Do you chew your food a lot?
I do, but that's more of an etiquette thing.
Mm.
I was raised by Castilian, like, you know, by like cotillion kind of style people, you know.
Well, it's good for your health, good for your digestion.
I no longer use the proper fork though because I have let my left hand take over.
Yeah.
I now am officially going back to being left-handed.
Oh. Oh, excuse me. You're out there all rogue.
Well, I spent so many years in denial. And I went to
How
sorry.
sinister.
Go ahead.
Oh, I said left hand. How sinister.
I am Ned.
The evening.
I am
Sorry.
Ned Flanders. I am Ned Flanders, sinister. Diddly. Do you know the serger is kind of anticlimactic, but I like it. I'm still gonna sew all of this together, but the serger is the way to go. So far, I'll be complaining a week from now. I reserve the right. Oh, stay with me today. I'm gonna mail you the espresso that I've been drinking.
The terrible thing is I just had.
We're not quitting tonight. We are not quitting early tonight. And plus, after I get these few details done, I'm almost pretty much done. I have to put the sleeves on, and then I have to sing "Rah Rah Rasputin." Put the cowboy hat on. We all know the routine. Oh, that's so funny.
Oh, excuse me. ITYS. It's not coming to me. I think you see.
So wasting. Oh man. I went to the store today, so I've had a plan on buying espresso. So I purchased a bunch of espresso. So I'm running right now. Oh, come on, Serger.
Thanks, Joy. I must be tired. It wasn't coming to me. What kind of roast do you like for your espresso?
No, I haven't gone full finger food, but I'm a grown man who still eats chicken fingers, and I used to make fun of people that do that, but I have reverted. And I'm not ashamed to say that I eat dino nuggets too. My son looks at me like, "Are you really buying those? Is there somebody else who lives in this house? Like, what is wrong with you?"
Does he say, "I'm not eating those"?
It's more for me. You know what though? My pops was like that. He was from a different generation. He ate like taffy and all kinds of stuff I thought was gross. He was like, "Cool, more for me," you know.
Did you ever have Whorehound candy?
Say that again?
Whorehound?
No.
Not with a W.
I've been one. I've never. Oh, what did I do? I messed up my serger. What did I do? Oh, I'm so impatient. Should I keep going and rethread it, or should I just use my sewing machine? Oh, I only have that much left. All right. Let's see what the problem is. I did something.
I like Whorehound. I like all those strong flavors. It's very like molassesy tasting, almost like molasses and sarsaparilla. And
if it's bad for you, I'm there.
So you don't have a lot more to sew then?
It's always towards the end. I just have to attach the arms. I just have to put the front and the back together, and then I'm done. It just seems like it's longer because I'm not sitting here at the table like I normally am.
I was just what? Oh, excuse me. I was just trying to decide. Since you were saying, should you rethread the serger or should you use a sewing machine? I was debating about how much you had left.
We're gonna see if this is the issue or not. Rah, sewing scene. Oh, correct yourself. Yup, it corrected itself. Whatever was going on. We'll
Maybe
see.
you accidentally pulled on the fabric.
I'm hoping that's what it was. What did I do with my scissors? I'm really good at losing them. But in this room, I have backup McGee's. But I don't want to pull out my Cutcos because if I lose those, I'll have to pull out my backup to my backups. Here they are.
How are you losing your scissors in the same room?
Oh, this is a TARDIS. I put things down and they fall into the vortex. All right, let's try one more test piece. Because I am not trying to... I'm not trying to have something that doesn't work. Oh, buddy, why do you have that knock? Why did you get a knock? It still works, but it has a knock. All right, I promise I'll take you apart after this. You know what's really funny? This thing probably needs new needles.
New needle, maybe, or new. When's the last time you oiled it?
Rah, 2 years ago. That guy really knows how to blow. All right, let's do this again. Okay, don't explode on me either. See, I'm back to talking to an inanimate object again.
Oh, I am tired.
Oh, I can tell my Yanni friend.
Sorry, it hit me like I didn't even have espresso.
Why are you clicking, bruh?
I was gonna say it sounds really clacky.
Oh, one of the things came off, and it turned in all of a sudden. Oh, why did you? Why? All right, I know what's wrong with it. It could easily be fixed, but we've been here for 3 hours. Sewing machine. It does maybe hit a pin. Maybe, you know what it is? It threw one of the things. That's okay. That's okay. There's more than one way to make a shirt. And whoever said that whole skinning the cat thing is just evil.
Hmm.
All right.
Seriously.
Let me clear the clutter. Oh, I went to the store. I have all kinds of goodies in my house right now. You know that moment when you go to the store and you're like, I'm going to go crazy today. I put in my notes, I have officially made the choice to stop fighting the Mariah Carey song. It all,
Such a good song.
it really triggered me when I saw my neighbor putting up $1 million worth of stuff in front of their house. I'm like, really? But I guess if you're going to pay people to put a scene in front of your house, you would want to put it up early like that, you know?
Get your money's worth?
Are you pro or against paying somebody to put up your Christmas lights?
Let's see.
Keep in mind, I live in a neighborhood where everybody has one-story houses. There's one McMansion here, and that's it.
I mean, some people do like a whole really elaborate thing, and so then I can see the advantage. Or if, someone is sickly or disabled or something. I can understand why someone might want to pay someone to do it.
He needs to make a scissors holster. I already know what Joy's going to say, and I haven't even read the comment. But I have a feeling. Hold on, let me get my crystal ball. Yep, he made a work apron, and he never uses it. I need to pull that thing out. I've been using it, but I'm embarrassed on how frayed the edges are because I didn't line the top seams, and I'm embarrassed at myself.
Oh. Well, can you go back and revisit it and do some repairs?
Big time. Let me move my chair.
Sounds like a video to me.
There's a few things I need to do justice by. Okay. All right, stay with me. We're almost there. I see you nodding off. We're still there.
I'm listening to one side. My eyes are closed more often than they're open.
Look at old Reliable. Just like, dude, I'm still here. Why don't you use me anymore? Fancy gray singer. Push off. Fancy gray. Look at that. Baby lock precision.
Well, let's be honest. You got the fancy gray singer for the collection.
It's all for fronting on YouTube. I'm gonna drive around with it, pretend I'm on a one of those sewing shows. It's really because I obsessively watch sewing content, and so because of that, I always attributed the Gray Singer to being on television. It's on multiple shows. I'm laughing because I'm making a video right now. I've been Googling it, and it's on all kinds of shows.
You know what else is on TV and in movies, and lots of channels make videos about them? A nice black antique singer.
I have quite a few of those.
You could go that route.
Oh, why am I doing that? Wrong one. Boop. On your new touch and sew.
Sewing Machines by Singer. Another first run singer. Something like that.
Guys are tripping. So, anyways, how's your evening going, my yawning friend? Do we need a commercial break?
I did a lot today. I cleaned out the fridge. My mom came over and helped me. I was steam pressing napkins, and my mom helped me fold them. Cleaned up the kitchen, put my winter light bulbs in the chandelier, moved the tapestry so that if there's an earthquake, it doesn't fall off the picture rail and bludgeon me like a mace.
Do you know what you need?
Hmm.
You need the new Touch and Sew from Singer. Dang.
Really? Do you have any information on that? Oh, good, a commercial.
Out of being a mother and wife, with new fashion excitement that's all created by you. On
Your new touch and
sewing
sewing
machine,
machines by
touch
Singer.
and sew. Another
Another
first
fresh
from
from
Singer.
Singer.
Be the girl with the golden touch on your new Singer Golden Touch and Sew machine. Dozens of exclusive features, like this new built-in needle threader for the golden slant needle and the push-button bobbin that winds right in the machine. What a wonderful new feeling. You can do all three kinds of sewing: straight, zigzag, and chain stitch.
Touch and sew, the push button.
Come sew on one at your Singer
You see
Center.
Ollie Bobber's
Choose from
comment?
5 touch and sew models from $149.95.
What's new for tomorrow is at Singer today.
Oh, come
Poor
on.
kids. And the clothes from that machine, especially with the way they pull the chain stitch out.
But there's all three types of sewing. All three. Because there's only three. Oh, gold. Those are in the vault. Those are coming with me for as long as I'm here. Those commercials are coming with me. Because those are just gold bars to me. New for tomorrow is at Singer today. Come on. As I'm using a baby lock on your new Touch and Sew. Those are timeless to me, even though they're actually weirdly misogynistic and semi-oppressive. It's got a tune.
Gender roles were strong in that one.
Little girl looks like the girl who played Tabitha on Bewitched. I loved that show. And for all those people who come after it on YouTube, leave it alone. I just want to watch Bewitched on YouTube.
What are they coming after?
The fact that it's not, you know, people put it through a modern lens and they say, oh, this wouldn't be on TV today and stuff like that because she's a witch.
But we have lots of shows about witches.
I know. I'm trying to be nice. It's fake moral outrage is what people show. I just want to watch Bewitched and vicariously remember my childhood. And the only reason I say that is because it was, you know, it was on TV when I was a kid. I watched that. I watched Gidget. I still think Sally Fields can surf. She would laugh if she heard me say that. I was obsessed with Gidget. And in the 90s, Frankie Valli and Sally Fields had a show. Not Frankie Valli. What's his name? They had Gidget Second Generation.
Oh.
There was more fake surfing. Oh, what was his name? I can't remember now. I'm going to be Googling all of this later. And I told you Sally Fields is an absolute champion for people with special needs. So she is a stand-up human, a real one.
Nice.
On your new Touch and Sew, a new sewing machine by Singer, a new overambitious sewing machine by Singer. All right. Let's pin this and start sewing before Waternay's head hits the desk. What's new for tomorrow? All right. So all in all, the serger does expedite. I just I need to get used to using it, but it did work out.
All right.
Almost about the same
Good.
time too, if you really think about
it. What?
The serger worked out, and it almost took about the same time as when I sew things. But I did the complete works of like completely working on it. Oh, excuse me.
what kind of seam finishes do you do when you're not serging things?
It depends on how. Oh, that's ugly in the back. Sorry, I saw a huge mistake. I know where the serger stopped.
Oh dear.
It depends on what I'm doing, but usually, like for this, I'm gonna do a straight stitch. Oh, this is gonna. Oh, we're learning on the serger. See, this makes me want to go downtown and get more fake Fendi,
Oh,
but I can't go down there right now.
that's because the freeway's on fire.
I was like, when they were like, please, if you do not live down here, do not come down here. And I'm like, but commerce, I'm commerce. I count. I go down there and I help the economy.
My mom was saying that she saw a news report that the fire was started under the freeway, and that was the problem.
Yeah, it was a pallet fire and it superheated the freeway.
Mm.
And so it literally destroyed the integrity of the freeway.
Mm.
And so structurally speaking, they said like 10 million cars a day go on there or something crazy.
Wow.
So structurally speaking, it can't take the everyday wear and tear anymore.
Mm.
And so, because I've been watching the news reports because they're literally standing where I get off the freeway to go downtown.
Oh.
Or sometimes I'll take Main Street when I take the 5.
Mm-hmm.
But when I take the Hollywood freeway, it goes straight into the heart of downtown off the 10.
Hmm.
It dumps you right on where they're standing on the freeway where the fire was. That's where the Hollywood freeway turns into the 10. Which, for anyone wondering, the 10 goes from Santa Monica all the way to Savannah, Georgia. You still with me, my friend, or what?
Not really.
What's new for tomorrow? On your... I'm almost there. Oh. Well, if it goes too long, I'll save the caller for Saturday.
Mm.
Can't believe it's already Wednesday. And I am working on a video right now.
Oh, what are you working on?
Well, it started off as cleaning out the closet, but then I remembered I've made like 5 or 6 cleaning out the closet videos. I'm just a mess.
Oh. Well, I mean, have you made progress on the closet? There's so much
all I have
there.
to do is fold my clothes. That's where when Joy brought up the apron, I was like, oh, I know where that is now. I know where it is now.
I mean, it's a work in progress, so that's okay.
Having the problem is I'm a pack rat. So having a walk-in closet, I just see it as a really cool storage place.
Alibaba talking about the 10 says it can be used still, but think about the earthquake durability. It doesn't pass that now and could never after it got cooked like that.
Oh yeah, it's serious. Like this is serious. Because I was only thinking from my perspective of like, oh, I don't get to go downtown. But nah, this has displaced a mass amount of people. And this is in the heart of LA.
Yeah.
Yes, you are sleepy. Sleepy McGee. You have to adopt my sleeping habit. It's a superpower of being able to take 3 to 4 cat naps a day.
I had a nap, but see, I've been trying to change my sleep schedule because I was so nocturnal that it wasn't functional. But I've gotten stuck at this really inconvenient, like, sleep from 7 to 3, and I just can't stay awake.
It's okay. It's okay. Oh, what's new for tomorrow? That song is living rent free on Main Street in my head.
Mm. It's like the real estate agents who drive by with their picture on the side of the bus.
Do you know those? Oh gosh, there's actually a guy I really respect. He's a lawyer in LA, and his ad started off with "accidentes," and this was 20 something years ago, and I would see him on the bus stops. Now his ads are on all the buses.
Mm.
He's got billboards. I really actually respect the guy because he's built something. Beautiful. I see a mistake I can be fixing. So, what else exciting tales happened today, huh? Do you think they'll let us go play hockey on the 10 since no one's on there?
Oh goodness.
Could we just like get a good 5-on-5 with goalies going? I have nets.
I mean, that could be fun.
Or we might end up on probation.
Oh, that sounds like less fun.
Yeah. Oh, that's funny. All right. There was a bunch of other stuff today. What was there? I can't remember. I'm on day 3 of my no-buy, Sleepy.
Nice.
I have actually made it 3 full days without going off at the Goodwill. I'm trying to go a week.
Okay.
We'll see how long. No, I'm gonna stay strong. I'm gonna go a full week with a no buy. Like I said, I can be true to my word, which like I hope most people are.
Sometimes one sets unachievable goals, unattainable goals for oneself, though.
I'm actually proud of myself, and with the whole fire thing, that's really gonna put a. I was thinking about going to Hollywood when I was rambling about that earlier, but I look at Hollywood the same way I look at downtown in a lot of ways. So it just really depends.
How so?
It's the traffic. In Hollywood, people come from around the world to sit in traffic on Ventura Boulevard on Hollywood, you know. It's frustrating. And at least in downtown, you get a lot of people who kind of know where they're going. In Hollywood, no one is from there.
Oh.
You know, so you get a lot of insanity as far as driving goes.
Oh dear.
I lived there. Like no one in Hollywood is from there. At least on the the main thoroughfare, which is considered the tourist trap. But I'm a local. What do I know? What do locals know, huh?
How long it takes to get places.
I watch a lot of shows of people who are transplants to LA, and it's weird to me when they talk to other transplants and they're like, "Oh yeah, yeah," and I'm like, "Dude, you moved here like a year ago." But again, I'm just biased. I'm the guy who's tailgating you. If you ever wondered, it's me. and every other local who's impatient.
Oh goodness, I hate tailgating.
That's how I can tell someone's from LA. When someone's on my tail, I'm like, okay, I'm gonna let you pass because I know you're from here. That's how I know they're local or they're just impatient. So you're not a tailgater, huh?
No, and I especially dislike being tailgated.
It's like an almost. I heard some guy saying he's like, you can tell people who are not from LA because they're not tailgating people. And I know they're not watching, but to those people from Colorado, I'm sorry. I'm just a bad driver. It was like 7 a.m, and I'm impatient. No one was harmed, but fingers were flying. I may have told them to go back to Lauren Boebert country.
Oh goodness. I'm sorry. I have to go. I'm literally falling asleep.
No worries. I'm gonna hang tough, like the new kids on the block told me years ago, and I'm gonna finish this code.
Okay. Good luck. I look forward to seeing it when it's done.
Awesome. Well, I might not put the collar on, but I will be around.
Okay. Good night, everybody. Sorry I'm not very lively. I don't know. I had coffee, but maybe it was anti-coffee.
No worries. And you know what, Carol? It's not even anything personal. People in LA are just bad drivers. Nightwater Nay. And I'm sure, like, Kevin McCarthy was in a district like an hour from my house. So there's all kinds of weird politicians in my area too. Oh, everyone's wishing you good evening, good morning.
Thank you, everybody.
This is actually
coming. What?
No, I'm just rambling myself because this is actually coming together.
Okay. I'll try to be more entertaining next time.
We'll be back at it on Saturday.
Okay. Have a good night.
Bye. All right. We're gonna finish this. Come hell or high water, serger, broken sewing machine. I agree with you, Carol. But I feel like that there's like, I have family members that live in Georgia and they feel the same way about like most politicians that come from there. I feel like we no longer have adults who do things anymore. I jokingly say when they'll say something to me and I'll be like, oh no, I was raised by adults. That is like my new comeback for certain things. Awesome. This way I have to remember that not everybody reflects the politics of their area. Me included. Not always. Okay. So I have that part done, which I don't want to chuck off the table, which I did. Oh, that's going to look great. All right. So I'm going to finish. I'm going to finish the arms. Let me figure out which angle I'm at. There we go. All right. Do you know, I say this every time to pin or not to pin, but this has been giving me a little bit of trouble. You know what, though? For somebody who just started using my serger, it literally took me this far. So I'm actually really excited. And once I get all the knobs and everything down, that it will be a perfect machine. And I'm not going to give up on it. Like I said, one of the reasons I kept on coming back to my serger was because I knew it was me. I knew it was not the surgery. It had to be me. And so I just need to learn how to adjust the tension, the knobs, and, figure out what is the perfect stitch for that thing. But it came out well. And this coat shall not fray, I'll tell you that much. This coat definitely will not fray. I didn't realize I'm using my other account. I did what Joy did and subscribed. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, Carol. I absolutely thank you. One of the reasons I started doing so many lives was because YouTube just does not like my pre-records anymore. And I felt like I worked so hard on my pre-records. It made it really hurt me at first. So I go live all the time because YouTube has gone after my pre-records. The fabric and lining seem to go together and flow nice. Thank you. I'm a big fan of plaid. Oh, there's Hands. How's it going, dude? Beautiful. Negotiations. Think about it. All right, buddy. I love you. Hey, Mr. Hands is in a working out stage, so he's like, "Oh, can I have this or that?" And I'm like, "Sure. If you want to be healthy, I encourage being healthy." All right. Yay. Do you have a goal of making income from YouTube? I'm one of those people where if it happens, it happens. I used to annoyingly say, like, "Oh, I have a good job." But, I've never met a human who ever turns down money. So if I got paid, but I'll tell you, honestly, I do this because I love doing this. So I don't know. For me, it's not about the money, but I also have a decent job, So it's not something that it's like that I'm necessarily that I need right away. But if it happened, I would not shake my nose at it one bit. That's such a good question, Joy. Thank you. I will never rely on YouTube for cash flow. Do you know what's really funny? The only reason I was actually watching someone I really respect talk about this, she fell down a certain rabbit hole because she started getting paid and then she got radicalized on her own. And she went from talking about famous people to following people around in court cases around Los Angeles. But she said, she's kind of lost her way because she's doing it now for the money and not for the whole reason she got on, which was just chisme. And now that she's famous, she's an actual reporter. Well, she's LA famous. But it kind of made me laugh because she's like, I kind of lost my way, and I understand. They're really not meant to rely for one revenue stream. Seems it takes forever for channels to get subs. If honestly, it does. If you don't have a huge cosign from someone who's famous, it's kind of like the any other industry. If you don't know anybody, you're just kind of at the bottom. Oh, this is gonna be hilarious. Because I've known people that have had as many subscribers as me, but they're friends with a famous YouTuber, and they go on a couple of times, then all of a sudden they have like 20,000 subscribers because their friend has millions. Back in my early days, I actually watched quite a few channels go from small channels to huge, but they always kind of knew someone famous. And unfortunately, because I live next to Hollywood, it's almost the same in the music industry, sports as well. If you don't go to the proper schools, if you don't have certain agents, you won't go pro, you know. But that's not to say that being online is not an equalizer. There are people who have, you know, um, blown up. I've gained over 200 subscribers in just a year. So if you stay with it, you can, you know, you can actually do something with it. When I, years ago, I used to watch this guy. He was called, I believe it was called the Daily Atheist. He would come on every morning. Because I'm an early morning guy, I would watch it every morning. And because he didn't get famous, he quit. And that always stuck with me. Like, what are you here for? You know? And I'm sure he's still around. I'm sure he's still doing his thing. But I know it's different because I sew, you know. But my passion is for sewing, you know. And if there was 2 people in the chat, I would still be doing this. Back when there was 2 people in the chat. But sewing, being a sewist is different. Like, I don't have a political agenda. I'm not here to tell anybody to do anything. I'm not here to save any. Well, I'm here to have a good time and sew. But I reserve the right to completely sell out if I get a sponsorship. All right. Okay, my scary friend. The, the eagle that everybody is so scared of. All right. So now I'm going to decluck my friend over here for a second. Excuse me as I take your head off. I love this coat. I haven't decided what I'm going to do with it. I'm still going to completely line the front, and I haven't, after my zipper debacle, I haven't decided what kind of zipper I'm going to put on this, but this is something that I'm going to be wearing on my next trip, wherever I go. With my shirt. I'm laughing because I ask myself, like, what did I do before I had a surgery? Beautiful. All right. Oh, this is going to look great. Fake Fendi for the win. All right. Let me grab my phone. There's a reason why I have quite a few pin cushions, because I put them on, but they have a tendency to walk away, even when I'm wearing them. I'm really loving my choice for lining on this, because it looks good on both sides. And this plaid was really affordable. And because I got this from the Modelo Man's store, I know exactly where it is. Literally. It's almost 2 a.m. here. Have a great night, Alibaba. Thank you so much for stopping by. I'm drinking an espresso, so I'm going to try to finish this tonight. Shouldn't take much longer. I'm attaching the sleeves. Thank you so much for stopping by, Alibaba. Your knowledge, we need your knowledge in the sewing community. Oh, I see what the serger did. It pulled the arms in just a little bit. That's okay. I can fix that with a pin. I've made this coat so many times, like I know the precise measurements. So I'm looking at certain things and that's perfect. And the serger is a little bit more precise, even with my pirate way of putting on arms. Perfect. Thank you, Joy. Whatever works for you. That's the kind of the point I'm at, because I see people do different styles, but this works for me every single time. And I'm not saying that it's infallible, because nothing is, but it just works for me. And that's the one thing I love about sewing the most, is that we have all these different styles. I've learned so much from watching people on YouTube. It's not even funny. And I wouldn't be here if it wasn't for watching other people on YouTube. Perfect. That's why I try to tell people where I go. Like if I buy something that's real or fake. Because I don't want to be like one of those channels who are sponsored and act like there's someone I watch who they're sponsored by a boot company and they'll get like $2,000 or $3,000 worth of boots and say, oh, I have a boot haul, not realizing the average person does not live like that at all. They're not going to spend that much money on boots in one sitting. So I feel it's better to be honest with people and be like, hey, I'm sponsored. Like I got it hooked up or I got a massive discount, or that's why I'm honest with the prices I spend on sewing machines. Because I feel like on YouTube, there's a lot of presenting yourself as something you're not. All right. Yes, I have also. I have Come On Eileen stuck in my head. I have 4 giant JBL speakers in here, and I don't always play them because my son has sensory issues. But before a stream, I like to get a good song or two going on a playlist, and it makes the house rattle. And I can tell my neighbors love it because no one's ever complained. But it's become a Monday, Wednesday, and Saturday night tradition. Perfect. This fake Fendi coat is gonna be awesome. Do you know, I watch a lot of chisme shows where people are like, look at that fake Fendi, look at this fake this or that. And I'm like, I'd wear that. I'd wear that. Especially a company like certain companies that employ fast fashion ways, but then sell their clothes for thousands and thousands. Even this one company recently that asked me to be an ambassador for them. Through further research, I found out that they're basically like Sheen, you know, and they get people like me to promote their stuff, their overpriced stuff, that like they're selling t-shirts, like real t-shirts for $200. No, thank you. I wouldn't want my name attached to something overpriced anyways. All right. See, I can tell winter's coming because the crickets have stopped. Good riddance. For anyone who doesn't know, my house is infested with crickets. It's bad. Like they're in the door jam, they're all over the place. So I do not necessarily have sympathy for crickets at all. But when the temperature drops, they slowly start disappearing. But during the summer, it is just absolutely insanely chirpy in here. And it's almost laughable if my house wasn't infested with them. And so now it's eerily quiet without the crickets screaming. Get an exterminator. The clothing I sew for my boss, I could not afford to clothe myself with them. Oh, wow. See? Crazy. Oh, I hear a cricket. It's like, oh, you were talking about me. Get an exterminator. It's so bad. It's been like that for as long as I've lived in this house. Anyone who's ever visited this house or has spent the night here, whenever they hear a cricket, they're like, oh my gosh, you have done nothing about that. It's bad. But talking to my neighbors, it's the entire neighborhood. They're like in the soil here. Beautiful. Beautiful. Perfect. All right, let's come back around. You know, I like. Let me get my let me get my mic in here properly. I actually like the combination of the serger and the sewing machine. It's a bit more thorough. It's a little bit more work, but I actually like the so far, I like the combination of the serger and the sewing machine. I'm sure it's not for every occasion, for every project, but there's nothing wrong with having non-frayed edges. Perfect. All right. So, all right, let's pull some pins and see. If it wasn't for misplacing things. Rule number one is turn it off. Rule number one is if something is not working, you turn it off and turn it back on. Rule number 2 is, are you sitting on it? My cat is entertained by crickets. I have a stray cat that I've been feeding for about 2 years now. I need to bring her in the house because I'm sure she would love to eat some crickets. Yes, I saw Pam making her Pam rolls by serging all edges, then straight stitching. That's what gave me the idea, was Pam. That's definitely what gave me the idea. I like it. I like that look. And so far, this is a success so far. And I'm okay with being thorough. I am actually a bit of a thorough human in real life. Whit Kilroy, if you're still here, I randomly found a Smith Corona typewriter in my closet. And it made me think of you. I have like IBM typewriters, all kinds of weird stuff in this house. Okay. All right, let's sew this piece. I've been rediscovering everything that I own in this house because I've been really consolidating things. But part of me thinks that I'm doing all this cleaning just to buy more stuff, really. Oh, right. Beautiful. Let me make sure I get all the pins. They're a bit deceptive. Perfect. All right. So let me go over to the other arm. And, I don't know if I'm going to add a collar this evening, but we'll see how this looks. I am so stoked for the fake Fendi. This was like one of my original missions, one of the reasons I started going downtown is because I know they have bootleg everything down there. And I constantly talk about things, but I'm one of those people who I can back up what I'm saying. And I knew that they had just yards and yards of fake material there. The rules have changed, so everything's different, but I knew eventually I would find it, and I did. The guy made me laugh too, and he sold because he sold me another fake Fendi thing, and he was like, just be careful. And then when he sold me this one, he was like, don't tell anybody you got it here. And I was like, I won't tell anyone you know. Oh, it made me laugh though. It made me laugh. Maybe he'll lose his vendor's license. Who knows? The more we sew, the better we get. Absolutely. I look at things that I made 2-3 years ago and I laugh at myself. That's why I'm going back and adding zippers on everything. It's good to always, that's the beautiful thing about sewing though. You're improving and expanding, Get it out on Saturday. I'm gonna have nowhere to go. I was thinking about going back to my old haunts because that's what I did when I found the gray serger. I went back to all my old thrift stores, old reliable ones. I'm still laughing about the gray serger. I'm still laughing about that. It's just something that I was wolfing about. I always wanted one, and there it is. It is sitting behind me. Oh. Take a look at this sleeve. Going full. Absolutely. I'm going to end this soon, but I had to finish this. I'm one of those people. I have to start what I finish. It's a weird thing about me. I am strange. I have strange determination, which will be the name of my next album. No, I'm kidding. Okay. So to figure out which side to flop this thing over. I am so excited. Fake Fendi for the win. Oh, do I still have? I think I've ran out of. Wow, I'm surprised my bobbin lasted that long. I know how to expedite matters really quick. Yeah, I guess I am going full Elvis this evening. Oh. I have my bobbin winder ready to go. Man, that thing gets dusty from just sitting back there. All right, I should wind a few, but I'm almost done with this project, so I'm just going to wind one bobbin. You know what's funny? Pre-stream, I told myself, like, hey, dude, wind a few. But we're 4 hours in, and I just ran out of thread out of my bobbin. So winging it worked. And not knowing how much is in your bobbin is the definition of winging it. Oh. Beautiful. I don't know if I should finish the collar off stream or not, because we're going for a full 4 hours. But there is a collar to be made. Having the serger does expedite things and make it go a lot faster without a serger, to be honest. Like when I made my last collar, that thing excuse me, that thing was made almost instantaneous. Sounds like I'm talking myself into making a collar. Awesome. I hope everyone's having a good evening. It is probably Thursday where you guys are now. It is still Wednesday here in California. In beautiful Southern California. I'm going to finish this. Oh, whoops. I was just about to brag on how easy that was to thread, and then I pulled a rookie move. All right. Beautiful. See, all I had was that. It's always like on the last stroke. That's the funny thing about life. It's like on the last stroke, or you're looking for the last widget, the screw's missing. Perfect. All right, I just have to figure out where I want that seam. Good enough. Perfect. Oh, I see daylight. But like I always say, I can fix that. Perfect. All right, let's check that out. Oh, that is beautiful. All right. So the question is to collar or not to collar? Do you know me? I am chomping at the bit to try this thing on. Oh. Okay, that doesn't need to be fixed. But I see one part that needs to be fixed. Beautiful. The funny thing is that when I woke up this morning, I had no idea what I was gonna make, and now I'm already in love with this fake Fendi coat. I live in the land of bootleg material, and you know, I'm one of those people that's like, why not? If Shakespeare was a sewer. To collar or not to collar? Yeah, I might have to get rid of my Golden Girls chair. I think it's time to bring an office chair back in here, but like I always say, I will not be spending another $100 something for an office chair again for a while. Oh. I went to Staples, Office Max, wherever it is, and paid $100 for something that was broken within a month. And I'm still not over it because I'm still talking about it. All right, this is a blind try on. Oh, that's funny. Fake Fendi for life. Oh, that okay. So my camera is not doing this justice. Look at the fake Fendi. Let me get. Can you see that? Oh, that is hilarious. Whoops, wrong button. Let me back up before I get too close. Let me take a step back. So should I add a collar? Should I add a hood? I am in love with this fake Fendi, even without a collar. I'm in love with it. Since it's blue and I have a Dodger hat for every occasion. And yes, this is blue. I know we're going to play the William is colorblind game because I am strangely colorblind for someone who's obsessed with color. But I love this fake Fendi. This is beautiful. And I can't wait until I get that question of someone asks me, where did you get that? I'm going to tell them at the fake Fendi store. Do you have a pin at the bottom hem area? Ooh, that's a good. We're going to find out when I hit a corner and stab myself. I don't know. Is it shiny? We all know. Do not do that. Sometimes I truly feel like I am going fully colorblind. So, should I add a hood? Should I add a collar? I like the way the collar looks. The hood look is I have made quite a few overcoats with a hood. Oh, this is great. Oh, at the side seams. You know what's really funny? I don't think so, but I am world famous on stream more than once. I have sat down and been fully stabbed by a pin that's stuck in something. Almost looks like I like that, Pam. Thank you. I haven't done anything to the front yet, but I love the fake Fendi. Thank you, Pam. Now I have the cardigan stuck in my head. Love me, say that. That's a hilarious song. I don't see any. But when I stick myself, I'm going to cry, though. Good eye, Pam. I mean, I'm sorry. Good eye, Joy. You caught it. Did I? Okay, good. Good eye. You have such a good eye, Joy. I did not catch that. No, let's try that again. It wasn't as flowy, right? See, that's what I. Let's try that again. Good eye. I didn't even notice that, and I'm starting to see something that I can fix that. Oh, that's funny. Oh, you're just a disaster, brother. Oh, you know what? I'll fix you later. I will fix it later. I'm going to put it back on. Enjoy it for what it is. That needs to be rethreaded a little bit. I can definitely fix that. Okay. Beautiful. The important thing is that the eagle has been decapitated and vanquished for the that is your official nemesis. That eagle and you do not get along. Oh, look at the fake Fendi. I'm in love with my fake Fendi. Awesome. Let's get the full fake Fendi. Hold on, because you can't wear fake Fendi without your shades. Well, let me get my look. So I haven't decided if I'm going to add a collar on this or a hood yet. I'm like waffling back and forth. But we've made it 4 hours and 16 minutes on this surging adventure. Tonight has definitely had everything. We had spills, chills. My sewing machine just drew up a thread. But at this point, this machine, like, I know this machine well. I know exactly what happened. When I don't pay attention, it hops around because I have it on my Dritz thread holder. So the thread hops around from time to time, and that's okay. But the important thing is that we've made this beautiful, beautiful thing together. I'm thinking a narrower collar on it. I agree because a lot of the Fendi stuff, it's funny you would say that because a lot of the Fendi stuff I've been looking at, they do not have the 1970s collar on it. And this is something that, like, I always say, I'm going to take my time on this because I'm going to wear this a lot. Especially this fake Fendi print. It will create a conversation where I live. Because people wear designer clothes. It's the strangest thing. I'll be at the grocery store and I'm like, are you really wearing Versace at the grocery store? So I love the bootleg idea. All right, I'm going to thread this thing. But I really like how it's came out. And I put the F's in the proper direction. I was really wondering about that, but my F's are going in the right direction. And maybe buttons instead of a zipper. That's a great idea because I'm sitting in a room of buttons. If you do a hood, it could be your hooded cardigan. You know, I was oh, Pam, that's such a good idea too. Because I'm on this whole new caftan thing because like I have to do justice by a caftan because 2 years ago I put out a terrible video. But this reminds me of the caftan in a lot of way, but I think it's the print because the caftan I bought was a wannabe designer as well. The one thing I love about knockoffs is that I got this for like $1 a yard. I can't remember. This might have been 50 cents a yard because I bought so much fabric at once. It was extremely affordable. Do both collar and hood. I do like that idea. And I like the idea of being able to button on the hood as well. I really like that look. That's not a bad idea. Because I was gonna do it for my cheetah coat, but then I made the collar literally the size of my head, and so it wouldn't look right with a hood on it. Because I'd have to have a giant bubble hood. I mean, like a huge hood on it. I am in love with this fake fan. I am in love with this. I'm gonna call this one a success. This one is definitely a success. I'll do one more on the catwalk. The important thing is the arms. I always tell my son because he's obsessed with like not getting rid of clothes, and I always tell him the true test is raise your arm, and if your cuff does not go up with you, your shirt is too small. Fake Fendi for the win. Perfect. You know, at this point, there's all kinds of things I could do to this, so I'm stoked. I am completely stoked. Well, you're kind of known for your large hoods. I will take that in every way. In the wrong way, the right way, left, right. You are right. The plaid does look great with it. Thank you. I am about when I line things, I think about the inside just as much as the outside. And I like having a story or having something beautiful inside, you know. Not everything has to be a plain color as far as lining goes. So when I do line things, I do get a little extravagant from time to time. Oh wow. It is I've made quite a few things like that. I was thinking about making a real life reversible poncho because I've made so many ponchos where you could flip it out and the inside is just as good as the outside. I think about that all the time. I think it's time to incorporate every style I have. I've been watching oh, I don't even remember the name of that show now, but it's really been inspiring me to go outside of the box. That's why I like watching fashion shows. That's one of the reasons I decided to make this fake Fendi coat because from this point, there's a million jump off points. I could do the combo with the hood. I'm going to get crazy with the cuffs. I'm thinking about coming through with a full cuff. I'm excited. This is a beautiful template, and it took my fake Fendi because I've been cleaning. I've been discovering all of these things that I've been purchasing. I suppose not. Oh no, Pam. This totally could be reversible. This could totally be reversible. That's one of the reasons I love lining things with such intricate patterns because it creates a story on the outside and on the inside. I I actually have a question. So I have a tattered old, well, it's not tattered. It's been a moth found it, but I have an old coat. What should I do with it? I have an old jacket coat. I watch all kinds of weird stuff, and I saw a young man where he had like a business coat on, but he put little sunflower patches. They were white, but they were little sunflower patches all over the jacket. And I was like, I'd wear that. So what should I do with a navy blue coat? Reversible coat. Gucci on one side, Burberry on the. But I'm thinking, like, what patches should I add on this coat? And it was something that was just so simple, but like he was like he turned a coat like this into something that was fashionable. So it's just something to ponder. Because I could go downtown eventually and buy a bunch of those little flowers. But what do you think? Let me know. All right. Well, I'm wearing this. It's a full. I'm chalking this one up as a full success. I will be back at it on Saturday. I'm probably, I'm on my whole no buy, so we'll see what happens. We'll see how long I make it. But on Saturday, I will have a collar on this or a hood. We'll decide. I want to thank everybody who's made it this far. I've had a great night. Wednesdays are becoming awesome. So, and it's because of you guys. And I thank you. I'm working on a video right now. I have it is a suit coat. There's all kinds of things that I want to do to it, Pam. But I saw this young man. He's a fashion designer, but he's getting interviewed and he had just little flowers all over an old suit coat. And I was like, wow, that's really innovative. But I'm an applique patch guy. Like, I'm obsessed with patches, So absolutely great. I want to thank everybody. I'll be back at it on Saturday. I'm a postaholic, so I'll be posting all throughout the week. I'm working on a video right now. I'm gonna try to have it out for Friday. So have a great. Thank you so much, everybody, for stopping by. Like I always say, it's you guys that make this channel. I'll be back at it on Saturday. Oh, look at that beautiful gray singer. It ties the room together. Absolutely ties the room together. I hope you guys have a great week. I will be around. I'll see you on Saturday. And like I always say, reinforce your seams, be yourself, and I will definitely see you next time. Bye.